Chapter 409. Although Thanos's family planning theory was not well learned, his decisiveness in dealing with things was still worth learning, especially the kind of resolute attitude that, in order to achieve the goal, regardless of everything, and even at the expense of half of the lives in the universe, is an example that every planner should learn. Of course, what Rog recognized was only the decisiveness and determination shown by Thanos, not his crazy plan. If he was in Thanos's perspective, he would never adopt such a simple and crude plan with extremely unstable benefits. The concept of family planning and sustainable development is the real artifact to complete Thanos's ideal. Instead of simply destroying half of the lives to ensure that the existing resources in the universe can meet the development of various races. If there is a chance, Rog doesn't mind talking to Thanos about this. You are hegemonism, and you will not be loved and recognized by people. After listening to Rog's sharing, Tani was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then continued. Although Tani still can't accept Rog's idea, his mood has obviously calmed down a lot. People's love and recognition? Ahaha. Tani, are you mistaken? I don't need people's love and recognition, and Konoha doesn't need it either. Although the people outside call us superheroes, to be honest, I have no interest in this so-called hero title at all. At this point, Rog paused, and then said in a very serious tone, I never wanted to be a hero. I just want to protect the people around me and maintain my current life. I don't mind helping ordinary people who need help, and I can also use my own ability to maintain peace. However, the premise of all this is that I am willing to do it. If I have such strength, I have to help or save others unconditionally. This is not a superhero. This is called moral kidnapping. So I don't care what others will think of me. Even if people outside say that I am a cold-blooded butcher or an overbearing dictator, I don't care at all. Rog didn't want to talk to Tani about this, but after hearing Tani naively say the words hegemonism and people's love, he felt that it was necessary to let Tani know his true thoughts. Speaking of hegemonism, the United States is the biggest hegemonism on the earth. Tani didn't expect that Rog's ideas would be so extreme, but thinking about it, what he said still made some sense. Although his approach was a little tough, he still controlled his actions and didn't really start a massacre or go on a rampage. Forget it, that's it. Since you dare to do this, it means that you are sure. After saying that helplessly, Tony hung up the phone. After ending the call with Tony, Roger didn't stay idle and immediately issued the latest action orders to all action teams in Konoha in the name of the director of Konoha's intelligence agency. With New York and Washington as the center, thoroughly investigate all protest actions. Since the Skrull people used the card of encouraging people to protest superheroes, then Rog didn't mind directly tearing up this card. The practice of public pressure may be useful for native superheroes like Tani, but for Rog, who doesn't play by the rules at all, it doesn't make sense at all. Only when people care about public opinion and people's evaluation, this kind of public pressure will have the desired effect. What Rog did was to openly stand on the opposite side of public opinion, and directly use force to threaten these people. Only magic can deal with magic, similarly, only hooligans can deal with hooligans. And Rog is the hooligan with the bigger fist. More than half an hour later, he used chakra perception to perceive the situation at the temporary military camp. As he expected, after he personally appeared and issued a threat, the military behind the temporary military camp chose to take a step back and withdraw the troops stationed near Konoha's headquarters. After solving the public opinion and official surveillance, Rog didn't plan to continue for the time being. The Skrull people's shapeshifting ability allows them to easily hide in the crowd. So before there is any more reliable information, he won't plan to make a move. After throwing the Kusanagi sword, Thunder Fan, Haori, and other equipment back into the summon scroll, Rog returned to the practice room. At first, he was a little worried that when Hulk memorized the contents of the Hashiman Tanku, he would involuntarily practice it, and then collapse his practice room. But when he returned to the practice room, he found that he somewhat overestimated Hulk's memory. At this time, more than half an hour has passed since he left the practice room, but Hulk didn't even remember the contents of the first door. This progress is a bit worrying. Memorizing the contents of the practice is the simplest step in practicing the Hashiman Tanku, But this simple step has become the most difficult step for Hulk. Looking at Hulk, who was painfully reciting the contents of the 8 inner hidden gates, as if he were reciting an ancient poem, Roger sighed. He walked over to Hulk's side and became Hulk's tutor. With Rog's help, Hulk's memorization process has significantly improved. In the end, after spending nearly 2 hours, Hulk successfully memorized the first 5 of the Hashiman Tanku. That's it for today. You can deepen your understanding tonight, and tomorrow I will formally teach you how to practice. After Hinata arranged a room for Hulk that fits his figure, Rog used the portal magic to return to the secret nest in New York and had a pleasant dinner with Gwen. Because of the protests, Gwen hasn't done anything heroic for a long time. Now she put most of her energy into her studies, doing what a female university student should do. The next morning, when Gwen went to class, Rog returned to the office at Konoha's headquarters and turned on the TV to watch the latest news reports. Basically, every news channel was reporting on his public declaration yesterday, and there were also many current affairs commentators who gave a detailed and tactful evaluation of his declaration yesterday. Meticulous meant that they had analyzed every single word he said. Euphemism means that they tacitly ignored the naked threat in it and focused on the legitimacy of the protest and the discussion of Konoha's authority to act. At the end of the news, basically every news mentioned something that everyone knew, but there was some irony in it. The fierce protests that lasted for more than half a year all disappeared the day after Rog's declaration. There were no protests, no demonstrations. Everything seemed to have returned to half a year ago. Chapter 410. In Rog's private practice room, Hulk, wearing special black shorts, excitedly waited for the arrival of Rog. After completely memorizing the cultivation contents of the first 5 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates, Hulk became more and more expectant of the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. Now he has begun to fantasize about opening the 3rd gate of life, and his whole body exudes green light. Under Hulk's expectant face, Rog, who had just finished breakfast, came to the practice room. "How was your rest last night? Did you understand the content of the 8 inner hidden gates again?" Rog asked casually as he came in front of Hulk. "Yes. Hulk has reviewed the 8 inner hidden gates. Hulk likes the 8 inner hidden gates." Hulk waved his fist excitedly and answered with full spirit. "That's good. Since you have reviewed it, let's get started." After that, Rog explained to Hulk how to open the first gate of the 8 inner hidden gates. For Rog, opening the first gate of life is not difficult, because he only needs to accurately manipulate chakra to stimulate the brain nerves according to the cultivation content, and he can unlock the restrictions of the brain domain, allowing himself to exert 100% of his physical ability. However, this is not an easy thing for Hulk without chakra. However, Roger had already considered this, so he had prepared a plan for Hulk that was suitable for him. Gamma energy. The reason why Dr. Banner can transform from an ordinary person into Hulk is because Dr. Banner has been exposed to a lot of gamma energy radiation. This gamma energy radiation, which is enough to kill people, not only did it not take Dr. Banner's life, but it also completely transformed his body, allowing him to transform into the powerful Hulk when his emotions are excited and his heartbeat is accelerating. When Dr. Banner does not transform, the gamma energy in his body will be dormant like hibernation. When he transforms into Hulk, this gamma energy is completely awakened, and Hulk appears. To some extent, every cell in Hulk's body contains a lot of gamma energy. Although the gamma energy was not chakra, the gamma energy in Hulk's body was the same as the chakra in Rog's body. They both originated from their bodies. Therefore, this gamma energy could be considered as Hulk's unique chakra. This speculation has been repeatedly calculated by Hinata, and finally proved to be correct. In addition, even if there is something wrong with Hinata's calculation, with Hulk's physical strength, he can completely resist all the consequences. Do you still remember the illusions I left in your mind when I first taught you how to fight? I remember. Hulk hasn't forgotten. Although Hulk didn't know why Rog suddenly mentioned this, he still answered Rog's question immediately. Now I'm going to do the same thing to you again. But this time, what I left for you is not some illusion of fighting, but a cultivation method, a method that will allow you to extract energy from your own body. Chakra is the product of the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Rog can't teach Hulk how to have spiritual energy, but he can teach Hulk how to extract physical energy, that is, how to extract the gamma energy in his body. As long as Hulk can successfully extract gamma energy from his own body and master this gamma energy, then the Hashimantanku will no longer have any barriers for Hulk to practice. No problem. Hulk nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. At the same time, Rog also changed his white eyes into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Then he used the first Genjutsu he developed on Hulk. Sharingan Genjutsu, false memory. In an instant, Hulk's spirit left the real world and came to an empty green space. Just as Hulk looked at this boundless green space in a daze, Rog's figure gradually appeared in front of him. This time will be different from the last time. Last time, I left you a teaching scene so that you can slowly learn and comprehend it. And this time, I'm going to force you a little bit. Hulk looked at Rog in front of him with a puzzled face. You will understand soon. As soon as his voice fell, a large section of chakra refining insights selected by Rog was forcibly stuffed into Hulk's mind. After yesterday's recitation incident, he no longer has any expectations for Hulk's comprehension and memory. Instead of slowly guiding Hulk to understand what is going on, it is better to forcibly instill his own insights into him. If it was an ordinary person, after suddenly having such a large piece of insight in his mind, it is inevitable that he will feel a headache and discomfort. However, Hulk, whose physique is far beyond ordinary people, is like nothing happened. It is as if he suddenly had a strange dream, experienced an experience that belongs to others, and gained a large piece of insight that belongs to others. This is how to refine your own body's energy, or how to refine energy from your own cells. In your cells, there is a large amount of gamma energy. If you want to practice the Hashimantanku, you need to learn how to refine and control this energy that is originally in your body, and use it as chakra. I have given you the method and insight, the rest is up to you. There is one more thing, if you can't learn it, you will not be able to leave this green space. As soon as his voice fell, Rog's figure turned into a group of black crows, flying in all directions, and finally disappeared completely in this empty green space. Rog's consciousness returned to his body, and Hulk's consciousness was trapped in the green space without an exit. At this time, Hulk was like a puppet that had lost its soul, standing motionless in the same place, like a completely super-realistic figurine. Unlike the previous Genjutsu, false memory, this Genjutsu, false memory will not be automatically lifted. Either Hulk mobilizes the gamma energy in his body to break through the Genjutsu space, or he can only wait until the eye power left by Rog in his body is exhausted. Before coming to the cultivation room, Rog deliberately looked at the current Guinness Book of Records for the longest time without eating or drinking and surviving. This is the highest record of not eating or drinking that he found. Taking into account Hulk's physique that is far beyond that of ordinary people, he left enough eye power in Hulk's body to maintain Genjutsu, false memory, for a month. Hinata, monitor Hulk's vital signs at all times. If there is an accident, inform me immediately. Roger said to Hinata, who was everywhere, and then planned to leave the training room directly. However, just as he was about to use quantum transmission to return directly to the office, Hulk in front of him suddenly moved. This is before Rog had time to check the situation of the Genjutsu in Hulk's body. A green light burst out from Hulk's body like a supernova explosion, instantly occupying all his sight. Boom! Chapter 411. Holy shit! Rog didn't expect that as soon as he told Hinata to pay attention to Hulk's situation, Hulk would have an accident immediately. What surprised him even more was that the green energy burst out so fast and powerful that he didn't even have time to cast a defensive ninjutsu. Just when the green energy that seemed to destroy everything hit him, Rog didn't hesitate and used his fastest teleportation skill, Flying Thor technique. Until now, Rog has mastered a total of 3 teleportation skills, namely, Flying Thor technique, quantum transmission, and teleportation gate magic. Among these 3 teleportation skills, Flying Thor is the fastest one, whether it's casting speed or teleportation speed. In just a moment, Rog was teleported from the practice room to his office. Then he felt a terrifying tremor that was not much weaker than a magnitude 9 earthquake. At this moment, the entire Konoha headquarters building shook violently, and cracks of different sizes appeared on the walls and floor. Fortunately, the terrifying tremors left as quickly as they came. Within a few seconds, the terrible vibration disappeared. Hinata, immediately calculate the damage and rescue the wounded. After instructing Hinata, Rog didn't wait for Hinata's reply and used the Flying Thor technique to return to the practice room. When he was on Sokka, he left a secret Flying Thor technique on Hulk. It's just that he didn't expect that after returning to Earth, he would still need to use this Flying Thor technique. When Rog returned to the practice room, he saw a broken room that seemed to have been bombed by dozens of missiles. If he wasn't certain that this was his specially enhanced private training room, Rog would have suspected that he had come to a battlefield in the Middle East that was constantly at war all year round. The originally bright and clean practice room was like a dilapidated dark basement at this time, with broken walls and scattered rubble everywhere. In the center of this broken wall, with only a faint red light, stood a tall figure with eyes that constantly emitted a strange green light. This is Hulk? Rog's reason told him that the figure was Hulk. However, Hulk's demon-like eyes, as well as the terrifying aura he emitted, made him hesitate. The person standing in front of him now is not so much Hulk, but a demon that occupied Hulk's body. At this time, Rog's mind appeared in the form of Hulk that only appeared in the parallel world. Demon Hulk. Or rather, the immortal Hulk. Damn it, I'm not that unlucky, right? Looking at Hulk not far away without any movement, Rog sighed helplessly. He was just teaching Hulk how to refine and control the gamma energy in his body. How did it end up like this? Although Hinata hasn't counted the damage to Konoha headquarters, Rog can roughly imagine what the current Konoha's headquarters looks like. It probably wouldn't be any better than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s triple curved wing headquarters, which he had destroyed back then. Hulk, are you okay? Roger shouted at Hulk, who was not far away from him. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, Rog didn't hear any answer from Hulk. At this time, Hulk not only didn't answer his question, but his body didn't even move. After thinking quickly in his mind for a few seconds, Rog immediately made a decision. No matter what kind of state Hulk is in now, he must take Hulk away from Konoha headquarters as soon as possible. Konoha's headquarters, which has been destroyed by a terrifying explosion once, can't withstand the second damage brought by Hulk. After making up his mind, Rog's spirit quickly connected to the Flying Thor technique on Hulk's body, and the Flying Thor technique he left in an unknown forest in the suburbs of New York. Let Hulk stay away from the crowd and the city first, and then solve Hulk's strange state. Rog's mind moved and he used the Flying Thor. In the blink of an eye, he came behind Hulk like a ghost and stretched out his right hand towards Hulk's shoulder. As long as he can grab Hulk's shoulder, he can use the Flying Thor to take Hulk away from here completely. However, just as his right hand was about to grab Hulk's shoulder, Hulk, who was motionless, showed a shocking reaction speed. Turn around. Punch. Hulk, with his amazing size, was like an extremely dexterous assassin at this time, completing a series of movements between turning around and punching in an instant. The right fist, which was bigger than Rog's head, hit his right hand like a cannonball. Damn it. He doesn't know why, but at this time, Hulk made Rog feel the momentum of Thanos. In order to avoid his right hand being hit by Hulk's right fist, he had no choice but to give up. Lightning body flicker. The silver-white electric snake appeared, and Rog's figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, Hulk's right fist passed through these remaining electric snakes in place, and the gamma energy covered on his right fist hit the wall that was already full of holes like a laser cannon. Boom. Without any suspense, this wall, which was specially reinforced with steel, shattered with a loud bang in front of the laser cannon-like gamma energy. The steel plate, which was 5 or 6 centimeters in size, was punched out by Hulk with a hole of tens of centimeters. Is this still Hulk? At this moment, Rog even felt that the person in front of him was not Hulk, but some super scion. Hulk, who didn't know any energy attacks before, now showed an extremely skilled energy attack. Although Hulk only used his right fist to launch an energy attack like a laser cannon, the energy control skills involved were not much worse than Chidori and Rasengan. Using the lightning body flicker, Rog smoothly dodged Hulk's punch and successfully opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Hulk. Looking at the steel plate that was punched out by Hulk, his face began to become very serious. Before Hulk retracted his right fist, Rog took out a flying Thor kunai from the ninja tool bag, and then took a deep breath. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, Rog rushed towards Hulk again. Just like before, just when he was about to reach in front of Hulk, whose eyes were emitting green light, once again punched out his right fist towards him. Flying Thor. Just as Hulk punched, Rog's figure disappeared in front of him and flashed behind Hulk. If it was the previous Hulk, it would have been impossible for him to keep up with Rog's speed, and he could only helplessly endure the attacks from behind. However, the current Hulk is completely different from the previous Hulk. Just when Rog had just arrived behind him with the Flying Thunder God, Hulk once again showed dexterity and speed that were completely different from before, forcibly turning his body and facing Rog head-on. Hulk's instantaneous turn was completely within Rog's expectations. He had already seen it once, so how could he overlook this point? The speed of Hulk's turn can't be said to be slow, but at the moment when he just showed signs of turning around, Rog threw out the flying Thor kunai in his hand. Hulk completed his turn in an instant, and the flying Thor kunai thrown by Rog also flew over his shoulder at the same moment. Flying Thor second Dan. At the moment when the flying Thor kunai flew over Hulk's shoulder, Rog, who used the flying Thor second Dan, grabbed the handle of the flying Thor kunai with his right hand, and grabbed Hulk's shoulder with his left hand. Flying Thor. At the moment when his left hand successfully touched Hulk's shoulder, Rog once again used the flying Thor. Chapter 412. In the suburbs of New York, in an unknown undeveloped forest. Relying on the continuous cooperation between the Flying Thor and the Flying Thor, Rog successfully brought the suspected demon Hulk away from the Konoha headquarters, and came to this unknown forest with few people. After bringing Hulk into the forest, Rog didn't stay too long with Hulk, and once again used the lightning chakra blink to open the distance. Then, he carefully perceived Hulk's current state. Chakra perception technique. Rog first used chakra perception technique to confirm Hulk's current state. As before, the life energy in Hulk's body was so rich that it was not like a normal creature. In addition, Rog also sensed the active gamma energy in Hulk's body for the first time. In the past, the gamma energy in Hulk's body would fuse with Hulk's life energy in the form of cell energy and vitality. At this time, the gamma energy showed its original active state for the first time. In Rog's perception, the gamma energy in Hulk's body was like a gamma star, always in a sun-like nuclear fusion state, constantly emitting heat. The reason why Hulk's eyes showed this demon-like green light was because the gamma energy in his body was too active. In terms of life form, the current Hulk can be said to be too healthy, and there is no sign of his body collapsing or being damaged by gamma energy. There is nothing wrong with Hulk's body, and he is even stronger than he has ever been. But his mental state is not good at all. Rog is now completely unable to sense the eye power he left in Hulk's body, and he can't sense Hulk's consciousness. According to common sense, Hulk should have completely gotten rid of the shackles of genjutsu. False memory at this time. However, the mental state that Hulk displayed was completely different from that. The current Hulk, rather than using his consciousness to control his body, is more like his instinct to control his body. Whether it is the illogical reaction speed and dexterous movements he showed before, or his skillful energy manipulation skills, they are all like his body's instinctive reaction, not his conscious control. Hey big guy. Although I don't know what's wrong with you, I can't let you continue like this. Rog shouted at Hulk, then continued. So if I hit you harder later, don't blame me when you wake up. After saying that, Rog didn't care whether Hulk could understand him or not and directly mobilized the chakra in his body. However, it was different from the past. This time he did not use his own chakra, but the nine-tailed chakra. In an instant, the blood-red nine-tailed chakra gushed out from his body like a flaming tornado. After practicing in Konoha for half a year, the resonance between him and Kyubi has improved a little. Resonance degree 4. This was the degree of resonance between him and Ninetails half a year ago. Resonance degree 6. This was his harvest after half a year of hard work in Konoha. Of course, the harvest of half a year of hard work is not only the improvement of the resonance degree, but also the amount of chakra in his body has improved a little. Because of the further development of the sage body, the amount of chakra in his body has also increased from 5 tails to 6 tails. It has reached a perfect balance with the amount of chakra that he can control now. The degree of resonance with QB has further strengthened, and it has not only brought about a change in the amount of chakra. More importantly, it has allowed him to master the simple and violent 9-tailed mode. To be precise, it is not the 9-tailed mode, but a state of balance between berserk and non-berserk. With the continuous emergence of QB chakra, Rog's body was covered with a layer of blood-red chakra coat. At the same time, 6 tails composed entirely of chakra emerged from his back waist. Chakra materialization. This is not a strange experience for Rog. Susanu is a huge human form formed by chakra. However, compared with Susanu, QB chakra materialization is relatively more painful. Susanu uses its own chakra, so even if there is some pain, it is not particularly strong. But QB's chakra is completely different. This is a chakra that comes from the outside world. And there is a natural sense of rejection with his own body. If he wants to completely eliminate the pain caused by QB chakra materialization, he must establish a perfect bond with QB, that is, after the resonance degree reaches 9. These side effects will be completely eliminated. Although being covered by QB chakra will bring constant pain, this pain is still within the range of Rog's tolerance. When the 6-tailed QB chakra coat on Rog's body was completely formed, Hulk, who was only passively attacking, took the initiative for the first time. Although he is not sure whether the current Hulk is the so-called Demon Hulk, Rog has decided to treat him as the Demon Hulk. This is the main reason why he used the incomplete QB mode. To deal with this Demon Hulk, who can release gamma energy at any time, QB mode will be more useful than Sage mode. Of course, this is also related to him wanting to violently awaken Hulk's consciousness. There is no need for any communication. The moment Rog's QB chakra coat was formed, Demon Hulk with green eyes rushed towards him like a high-speed train. Facing the prehistoric behemoth-like Demon Hulk, Rog did not have any intention of retreating or dodging, and also rushed towards Demon Hulk. The distance of dozens of meters passed in the blink of an eye. Demon Hulk's right fist covered in gamma energy collided with Rog's right fist covered in QB chakra. In the next second, there was a loud collision sound that resounded through the sky. Rumble. 2 fists that completely broke through the speed of sound and carried infinite energy collided. Sonic booms, collision sounds, explosion sounds, 3 completely different sounds merged together and evolved into a terrifying sound that can't be described with words. The shock wave was like a tsunami that passed through everything in the surroundings, lifting the nearby soil, stones, and trees. The red and green energy that intertwined like camouflage bloomed with a dazzling light like a nuclear explosion. The air vibrated and ripples visible to the naked eye, and the earth shook crazily like an earthquake. Hulk and Rog did not hold back at all, and crazily released their respective energy. Gamma energy and QB chakra displayed their terrifying power, announcing their existence to the whole world. Chapter 413. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Rog's 9-tailed chakra and Hulk's gamma energy couldn't suppress each other. Almost at the same time, they attacked each other again. Rumble. Rog's left fist and Hulk's left fist collided fiercely. Another explosion resounded through the sky. Red and green violent energies wreaked havoc in the air. The originally messy forest, under the erosion of the energy storm, directly changed the terrain. The plants and soil on the surface completely disappeared, and the earth seemed to have been directly cut off. And a circular pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared out of thin air. After another tie, Rog and Hulk chose to retreat at the same time. If it was the previous Hulk, he would never choose to retreat. However, at this time, he was completely following his instincts to fight, and for the first time, he made an unprecedented retreat that he would never consider in the past. After pulling away, Rog and Hulk seriously looked at each other. In the previous fight, neither of them had the upper hand. However, they both knew the approximate level of each other's current strength. In terms of physical strength, Rog was not as good as Hulk. However, the existence of the nine-tailed chakra coat made up for his lack of physical strength. Similarly, in terms of energy intensity, Hulk was not as good as Rog. However, the appearance of gamma energy gave him the confidence to compete with Rog. After a few seconds of confrontation, Rog and Hulk launched a second wave of attacks at the same time. More coincidentally, this time they both chose to attack from a distance. Hulk's incomparably thick right arm was instantly enveloped by green gamma energy, like an energy cannon barrel that was accumulating energy. At the same time, Rog, who was wearing the nine-tailed chakra coat, controlled the six tails behind him. At the end of the tails, fist-sized red and blue chakra balls emerged, floating in the air like bubbles. The red chakra balls were condensed from the nine-tailed chakra. The light blue chakra balls were condensed from Rog's own chakra. When these red and blue chakra balls covered all the space around Rog, these chakra balls, which were just quietly floating, suddenly flew in the same direction, as if they were forcibly attracted by an invisible black hole. Bijadama. Rog was preparing to use Bijadama. The use of the nine-tailed chakra can be divided into two types. One is the nine-tailed chakra mode, which is the so-called nine-tailed mode. Nine-tailed mode is still not used by Rog yet. The other is the tailed beast mode he is now. Under normal circumstances, tailed chakra, 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 chakra. In this state, chakra will become violent and aggressive because of the appearance of the tailed chakra. Rog is now in the first stage of the tailed beast mode, the tailed chakra coat stage. After the first stage, the body shape will change significantly, and the color of the tailed chakra will change into a dark red half-tailed beast mode. In the half-tailed beast mode, although chakra will still maintain a roughly human shape, he will fall into a berserk state, and his attack style will be more inclined to the real tailed beast. More importantly, in the half-tailed beast mode, chakra can use an incomplete Bijadama. After the half-tailed beast mode, it is the complete tailed beast mode. In this state, chakra can transform into a tailed beast, showing the complete tailed beast form, and exert 100% of the tailed beast's power, as well as the complete form of Bijadama. Rog, who is only in the first stage of the chakra coat stage, can't use the incomplete Bijadama that can only be used in the half-tailed beast mode. However, compared with other chakra, he has a unique and special trump card: Sharingan and Senjutsu. Of course, it can also be understood as Sharingan and Mokuton. The power of Sharingan and the vitality given by Senjutsu allow him to suppress the berserk side effect of the tailed beast chakra to the greatest extent. Therefore, at this time, although he has not entered the half-tailed beast mode, this does not affect him in the slightest to use the incomplete Bijadama that can only be used in the half-tailed beast mode. The red and blue chakra balls quickly merge together, turning into a basketball-sized black chakra ball. However, in the next second, the black chakra ball began to shrink rapidly, from the size of a basketball to the size of a thumb. Looking at the black chakra ball floating in front of his mouth, Rog hesitated for a second or two. However, in the end, he opened his mouth and ate the black chakra ball that was only the size of a thumb. Strictly speaking, this is not eating, but the necessary process before launching the Bijadama. After all, it is impossible for him to open his mouth and take out a Bijadama like a complete tailed beast. Therefore, before launching, he needs to do some extra preparations. When Rog swallowed the black chakra ball, Hulk in the distance also made the final preparations. His entire right arm became dazzling, as if it was made of gamma energy. A long time ago, Rog was curious about a question. That is, what kind of experience is it to swallow an incomplete Bijadama? Today he finally knows the answer to this question. To describe it in one word, it is bursting. When he swallowed the incomplete Bijadama, he felt that his body was like a balloon that was about to burst due to the Bijadama's chakra, and his whole body was filled to the brim. Just when his whole body was about to burst by the chakra, he opened his mouth. Roar! This is not the sound made by Rog, but the incomplete Bijadama that flew out of his mouth and cut through the air. After launching the incomplete Bijadama out of his mouth, Rog's whole body suddenly became incomparably relaxed. That feeling of bursting body quickly disappeared along with the launch of the Bijadama. When Rog launched the Bijadama out of his mouth, Hulk in the distance also launched his strongest punch. A gamma energy beam that looked like the main cannon of a battleship gushed out from Hulk's right fist and flew straight toward the oncoming Bijadama. Although Roger shot out a thumb-sized Bijadama, but with its terrifying flying speed, it left behind afterimages in the air, forming a scene similar to an energy beam. In just a blink of an eye, the Bijadama launched by Rog collided with the gamma energy beam released by Hulk. In the next moment, the dazzling light that enveloped everything became the only color in the world. The dazzling white light completely covered the vision of Rog and Hulk. At this time, the only thing they could feel was the terrifying energy storm that was like a natural disaster. Chapter 4:14. Like a mushroom cloud. An energy storm rose to the sky. Hurricanes, earthquakes, shock waves, high temperatures and other phenomena were born at the same time, forming a terrifying scene like a nuclear explosion. As the two people closest to the explosion point, Rog and Hulk immediately felt the amazing power of the collision between the incomplete Bijadama and the gamma energy. In order to prevent themselves from inexplicably dying in this amazing explosion, a huge amount of energy gushed out from their bodies at the same time, wrapping themselves in layers. The red and green energy storm destroyed everything around it like a natural disaster. The mushroom cloud that rose to the sky was still clearly visible even from tens of miles away. As the initiators of this energy storm, Rog and Hulk did not expect that after the incomplete Bijadama and the gamma energy collided, such a powerful energy storm would erupt. Now they were like two small boats floating in the turbulent sea, in danger of being swallowed by the monstrous waves at any time. Rog tried his best to stabilize his body to avoid being directly blown away by the energy storm, but his persistence only lasted for a short 2 to 3 seconds, and was destroyed by the shock waves set off by the energy storm. Rog, who was covered with the nine-tailed chakra coat, was blown away. Hulk, who burst out with the gamma energy, was not any better. However, at this time, Rog did not have extra energy to pay attention to Hulk's situation. In the end, relying on the nine-tailed chakra coat and the amazing recovery ability of the immortal body, he landed on the ground safely. The shock waves and hurricanes brought by the energy storm blew him hundreds of meters away, making him completely away from his original position. After he landed again, the energy storm, which was not as powerful as a nuclear explosion, finally came to an end and quickly dissipated in the air. When the dazzling light, hurricanes, earthquakes, and other phenomena all disappeared, Rog finally had time to slowly look at the surrounding scenery. This used to be an unexplored forest, but now, the forest had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a huge explosion crater with a diameter of several kilometers. A thick layer of the ground was directly shaved off, and the trees outside the explosion crater were also uprooted by the shock waves and hurricanes, falling and scattered on the ground. Compared to the diameter of the explosion crater, the depth of the explosion crater was not worth mentioning, only about 10 to 20 meters. When the soil, stones, branches, and other things that were blown away fell like raindrops, Rog began to look for traces of Hulk. However, after glancing around the explosion crater, he found nothing and did not see Hulk at all. Was he blown away or buried? Rog thought for a few seconds, then directly activated Byakugan. Byakugan. The veins on the sides of his eyes bulged as he activated his 3 supervision abilities: long sight, X-ray, and insight. Under Byakugan's supervision, Rog finally saw Hulk buried in the soil. Hulk had been found, but Roger's expression had also become somewhat unsightly. At this time, Hulk's body was still emitting green gamma energy, but the color was much dimmer. However, this was not the main reason why his face became ugly. Hulk's right hand was gone. It was not an injury, nor was it a fracture. It had completely disappeared. This should not be. Rog was very clear about how strong the energy storm was, so he was even more certain that Hulk, who had the protection of the gamma energy, would never lose his right hand because of the explosion of the energy storm. Even he, whose physique was not as good as Hulk's, was not seriously injured by the energy storm. Of course, it was impossible for Hulk's right hand to be directly taken away by the energy storm. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this unexpected situation that had completely exceeded his expectations, Hulk, who was buried in the soil, moved again and struggled to climb out of the mound. When Hulk stood up again, his pair of eyes that were emitting green light looked at the wound on his right arm. Then, under Rog's gaze, the cut on Hulk's right arm grew crazily as if it had mutated. Within a few seconds, Hulk's right hand that had disappeared grew back again. This works too? Rog, who witnessed the whole regeneration process, had an incredulous look on his face. Is this still King Hulk? This regeneration ability is not Hulk at all. Looking at Hulk's right hand that had recovered as before, Rog suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to have awakened a demon that had been sleeping for a long time. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's wake up the real Hulk first. After making up his mind, Rog took a deep breath and ran towards Hulk. At this time, he did not use the body flicker technique. With the nine-tailed chakra coat, he did not need to use the body flicker technique at all. In this state, his speed was not slower than the body flicker technique. In fact, it was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and flashed in front of Hulk, who was emitting green light. Just like before, after discovering Rog's arrival, Hulk did not hesitate and directly attacked him. Hulk's right fist, which had just regenerated, hit Rog like a cannonball out of the barrel. However, just when his right fist, which was bigger than Rog's head and contained a lot of gamma energy, was about to hit Rog, Rog showed the results of his hard work in Konoha Hidden Village for half a year. 8 trigrams Palm, Revolving Heaven. 8 trigrams Palm, Revolving Heaven is a high-level secret taijutsu of the Hyuga clan main family, which has the name of Absolute Defense. Although in the world of Naruto, there are several moves with the name of Absolute Defense. However, on the level of taijutsu, 8 trigrams Palm, Revolving Heaven, which can reflect all physical attacks, does not disgrace this name. Rog's chakra acupoints in his body instantly released a lot of chakra, and his whole body rotated at high speed like a top, instantly creating a hemispherical light blue chakra shield. Although Hulk's right fist contains a lot of gamma energy, his right fist is always in a real physical form. As long as it is a physical attack, Rog is confident that he can bounce it back with Revolving Heaven. As Rog expected, Hulk's right fist hit the hemispherical chakra shield formed by Revolving Heaven. Then, it was bounced back by the high-speed rotation of chakra shield. The huge rebound force made Hulk involuntarily step back a few steps, and his footsteps became a little staggered. If it weren't for Hulk's huge body and the existence of gamma energy in his body, Rog's 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven would have been enough to bounce him back. Although Revolving Heaven did not completely bounce Hulk back, it did not affect Rog's next plan in the slightest. Just after Hulk staggered back, Rog stepped forward like Hulk's shadow, and the Kyuubi chakra in his palms was instantly replaced by his own chakra. Soft Fist 8 trigrams Palm. Chapter 415. Like the 8 trigrams Palm, Revolving Heaven, the soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms is also a secret taijutsu passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga clan. By attacking the 64 acupoints in the enemy's body, it seals the enemy's chakra flow and causes damage to the enemy's meridian system. Before performing, it is necessary to construct a huge 8 trigrams diagram in the user's mind with himself as the center. The size of the 8 trigrams diagram determines the attack range of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Due to the difference in strength, the size of the 8 trigrams diagram constructed by each user is different. When he was training hard in Konoha Hidden Village, Rog tested the size of his 8 trigrams diagram. With his position as the center, the range within a radius of 10 meters is within the attack range of his 8 trigrams diagram. Once beyond this distance, his 8 trigrams 64 palms will be at risk of being interrupted. Unlike other moves, if all the 8 trigrams 64 palms cannot hit the opponent, the power of the attack will be significantly reduced. Therefore, whether or not all the 64 palms can be completed becomes the key to whether or not the full power of this move can be fully exerted. Under normal circumstances, Rog will not let the opponent be more than 10 meters away from him, resulting in the interruption of his 8 trigrams 64 palms. However, no one can be sure whether or not accidents will happen in the battle. What Rog can do is to ensure that the 64 palms combo will not be interrupted as much as possible. After approaching the retreating Hulk like a shadow, Rog did not hesitate. His hands were like bullets fired from a Gatling gun, hitting Hulk's body like a storm, forcing Hulk, who was already staggering, to retreat. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Relying on the lightning-like speed of his palms, Rog finished the first 16 palms in an instant and hit his chakra into several key acupoints in Hulk's body. Rog's attack speed at this time was fast enough that even Hulk, who was being attacked, could not see his every punch clearly. But for Rog himself, his current palm speed is still too slow, so slow that it makes him dissatisfied. If he was facing a human ninja who had chakra like him, then he would have finished the 8 trigrams 64 palms by now. 8 trigrams 64 palms is a taijutsu that was developed based on the physical condition of a normal human ninja. Therefore, when facing these enemies, there was no need to make any changes to the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. Because every human ninja's meridian system is the same, the location of the chakra acupoints is also the same. There will never be a situation where the same chakra acupoints appear in different locations. However, what Rog is facing now is not a human ninja, not even a human. Through his Byakugan's X-ray vision, he could clearly see how the gamma energy was flowing through Hulk's body. He knew what form the gamma energy was in and how it was flowing through Hulk's body. To seal the chakra flow of a human ninja, he only needs to attack the 64 chakra acupoints that have long been thoroughly studied. However, if he wants to use his own chakra to seal the gamma energy flow in Hulk's body, Rog needs to find the critical 64 flow nodes again. This also means that he must find these critical energy flow nodes through Byakugan in the shortest time, and use his own chakra to seal the gamma energy flow in Hulk's body through the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This kind of thing doesn't seem to be particularly difficult, but it's not easy at all to actually implement it. At this time, Rog is not so much performing the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams 64 palms that he has practiced. It's better to say that he is looking for the key acupoints in Hulk's body while performing the 64 palms tailored for Hulk. In principle, the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams 64 palms that he is currently performing is no different from the Hyuga clans. But in terms of operational difficulty, his current 64 palms of the 8 trigrams 64 palms is several orders of magnitude higher than the Hyuga clans. This is the main reason why he is dissatisfied with the speed of his current palm strike. If it was the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams 64 palms under normal circumstances, he would have finished all 64 palms by now instead of just finishing the first 16 palms. But fortunately, Hulk hasn't been able to react at this time. Of course, it's also possible that he has already reacted, but he was temporarily unable to resist Rog's rapid attacks. 32 palms. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rog finished the next 16 palms. When Rog completely finished the 32 palms, Hulk finally found the opportunity to raise his hand and counterattack. However, before he could fully raise his hands, he was forcibly interrupted by Rog, who noticed it in advance. Although raising your hand and punching seems to be a very simple action, in order to complete this simple action, it requires the cooperation of multiple muscle groups in the body to complete this seemingly simple action. In front of Rog, who activated the Byakugan, Hulk's attempt to raise his hand triggered a muscle reaction, which was caught by him in time. In order to interrupt Hulk's idea of counterattack that he shouldn't have, and in order not to interrupt the chain of 64 palms, he even silently adjusted the order of the palms, and the attack that was originally supposed to be made after 50 palms were made in advance. In order to destroy the mobilized muscle groups that Hulk needed to raise his hand in advance, and before the counterattack was formed, he would resolve this counterattack that would occur in the future. At this time, Hulk didn't expect that his actions would be seen through in advance, and the only chance to counterattack was lost in his hands. After neutralizing the counterattack that Hulk had yet to unleash, Roger once again increased the speed of his palm strike, venting the remaining attack onto Hulk's body. 64 palms. When he made the last palm strike, Rog's right palm not only hit his chakra into Hulk's body, but also used all the strength in his body to hit Hulk's chest fiercely, sending him flying. When all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams were finished, Rog did not immediately pursue Hulk, who was sent flying, but stood in place and roared. 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, He has made hundreds of thousands of palms in Konoha Hidden Village. But there had never been a time like this that made him feel such unrestrained pleasure. 8 seconds. This was the time from when he got close to Hulk, to when he finished the 64 palms and sent Hulk flying. In this short 8 seconds, he first used the Byakugan to observe the gamma energy flow in Hulk's body in detail, and then according to Hulk's actual situation, he found the 64 key acupoints. And finally all the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams were hit on the established acupoints, completing the first battle of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chapter 416. After venting the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, Rog came to the front of Hulk, who had been blasted away for dozens of meters. At this time, Hulk no longer looked the same as before. Although there were no obvious scars on the surface of his body, the green light emitted from Hulk's body had completely disappeared. Not only that, but now Hulk has also lost consciousness in the true sense, lying motionless in the huge crater. Unlike before, although there was no self-consciousness, he was moving under the instinctive control of the body. The damage caused by using Hyuga Soft Fist can only be seen on the surface of the body. It is impossible to accurately see the real damage. In order to confirm Hulk's true state at this time, Rog used the Byakugan's ability to see through Hulk's internal injuries in detail. Of course, when observing Hulk's physical injuries, he took the initiative to avoid some key parts of the lower body, so as not to leave any indelible shadow in his heart. Rog is a very confident man, but his confidence is only based on the situation of normal human beings. Mutant creatures and alien races are not in his comparison standards. It's the same as you can't compare a mouse with a tiger in terms of physique and strength. Although they are both mammals, this comparison is unfair to them. After carefully observing the injuries in Hulk's body with the Byakugan, and confirming that he did not leave any irreparable serious injuries to Hulk, Rog removed the Kyubi chakra coat from his body and closed the Byakugan. It's finally done. Looking at Hulk, who had completely fainted, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think that just teaching Hulk how to refine gamma energy would cause such troublesome consequences. This also made him seriously consider a problem, that is, whether to teach Hulk the practice content of the last 3 gates of Hashiman Tanku. If the abnormal Hulk, who is very similar to the demon Hulk, opens Hashiman Tanku, then even if he uses all his cards, he doesn't have much confidence to completely subdue Hulk without harming his life. After taking a look at the crater that looked like it was caused by a nuclear explosion, Rog's body shone with a brilliant aurora-like light. He constructed a hemispherical quantum energy shield, completely enveloping himself and Hulk. In the next second, the brilliant hemispherical quantum energy shield disappeared, and the figures of Rog and Hulk also disappeared completely. After making such a big movement in this unknown forest, as long as the staff of the NSA and the military haven't collectively resigned, then they must have sent an action team here by now. Rog, who had just threatened the military yesterday, doesn't want to meet with these officials. If he could, he even hoped that these officials would ignore what happened in the forest. But he knew that this was just an unrealistic fantasy. Although the energy storm caused by the collision between the incomplete Baijidama and the gamma energy had dissipated, the energy radiation from the explosion still filled every corner of the crater. As long as these official organizations investigated a little, they would be able to find out that the terrifying explosion just now was caused by him and Hulk. But this is not a particularly troublesome thing. It will only slightly stimulate the already sensitive nerves of these officials. Rog didn't take Hulk directly back to Konoha's headquarters, but took Hulk to another unknown forest far away from New York. Before Hulk woke up and figured out what happened to him, Rog would never take Hulk back to Konoha's intelligence agency headquarters. He didn't want to destroy his largest base on Earth. Before Hulk woke up, Rog took the time to go to the supermarket in a nearby city and bought some necessities for outdoor life and barbecue. If there is no accident, Hulk won't be able to return to Konoha's intelligence agency headquarters and the Federation headquarters before he completely put an end to the hidden dangers. When night fell, Rog began his traditional craft barbecue. He didn't know if Hulk finally slept enough or was awakened by the aroma of barbecue. When Rog just baked the first barbecue, Hulk woke up. Eat something first. You should be hungry by now. After that, Rog handed the barbecue in his hand to Hulk. At this time, Hulk didn't seem to be fully awake. He took the barbecue handed by Rog with confused eyes and instinctively ate it. In the following time, Rog and Hulk didn't speak and silently enjoyed tonight's barbecue dinner. The sizzling sound of the barbecue and the sound of insects in the distance became the only sounds at this time. When the two of them worked together to kill a large amount of barbecue that was enough for more than a dozen strong men to eat, Rog finally said the second sentence of the night. Do you remember what happened before? Hulk can see what happened outside. Hulk can't control his body. Perhaps he felt that he lost control again. Hulk's mood was a little low at this time, and there was an unspeakable grievance in his tone. It's not your fault. Strictly speaking, I'm the main person in charge of this accident. I trapped your consciousness in the illusion space, which caused all of this to happen. Looking at Hulk's depressed face, Rog comforted him. At the same time, he picked up 2 cans of cold beer and threw one of them to Hulk, who was sitting opposite him. After opening the beer and taking a sip, he continued to ask, after I left the illusion space, what happened? Hulk refined energy according to the method you taught. Hulk refined gamma energy. But this energy was not controlled by Hulk, and it took over Hulk's body. Hulk tried his best to explain, but he didn't understand why his body was forcibly controlled by gamma energy. When you refined gamma energy and your body was controlled by gamma energy, did you see a green light door, or feel the existence of other consciousness? This question is very important to Rog. If Hulk really saw the green light, or felt the existence of other consciousness, it means that under everything that originally only existed in the parallel universe really appeared. Although this universe is chaotic enough, the appearance of another under everything is not a particularly serious matter. But this kind of extremely troublesome existence, if it cannot appear, it is best not to appear. No, Hulk didn't see the green light door, nor did he feel any other consciousness. Hulk seriously recalled for a moment before replying with absolute certainty. That's good. That's a good thing. Without the green light door and under everything, there is only one reason why Hulk went berserk before. Chapter 417. Since it was not caused by under everything, then the only reasonable explanation was that Hulk had refined too much gamma energy, causing him to lose control of his body. It was extremely easy to lose control of one's body when there was too much gamma energy in one's body. Such cases of loss of control were not rare. However, whether Hulk's previous loss of control was really related to him refining too much gamma energy, Rog could not give a 100% answer yet. Energy overload may only be one of the reasons for Hulk's loss of control. As for whether there were other secrets behind this loss of control, neither Hulk nor Rog knew for the time being. Can you still refine gamma energy now? You don't have to refine a lot, just a little bit will do, just like this. After saying that, Rog covered his right hand with the light blue chakra, making the chakra look like a light blue flame burning in his palm. Hulk doesn't know. Hulk can try. After experiencing the previous loss of control, Hulk had some instinctive repulsion towards refining gamma energy. But he didn't want to disappoint Rog, so he copied Rog's appearance, raised his huge right hand, and began to refine gamma energy in his body. At this time, Hulk showed a rare cautious expression, looking at his right hand with a serious face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time passed little by little, but there was no change in Hulk's raised right hand. Neither gamma energy nor green light emitted from it. Rog did not rush Hulk, but patiently waited for the final structure. Hulk worked very hard for more than 20 seconds, but there was still no change in his right hand. Just when Hulk was about to give up, Rog's voice suddenly sounded. Look at me. Hulk looked at Rog, and his eyes were unconsciously attracted by Rog's 3-tomo Sharingan. Don't try to control it too deliberately, just like breathing. Whether you control it or not, your body will instinctively breathe in and out. At this time, Rog was like a psychiatrist, guiding Hulk with a gentle tone. At the same time, he also silently used the hypnotic ability of Sharingan, making Hulk unconsciously enter a hypnotic state. Gamma energy is the energy you were born with. It's like a cell, existing in every corner of your body. It will be like blood, flowing silently through every blood vessel in your body. Usually you can't feel its existence. But when you need it, it will appear immediately to strengthen you and heal your injuries. Feel it, accept it. Just like controlling your own breathing, follow its rhythm and slowly control it. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the middle of nowhere, and that he was facing Hulk, Rog felt that he was like a charlatan trying to trick people into joining an unreliable church. Under Rog's hypnosis and guidance, Hulk gradually relaxed, no longer deliberately refining gamma energy, and no longer repelling the gamma energy that was born with him. Slowly, in Hulk's empty right hand, a faint gas-like gamma energy slowly appeared, and a soft green light lit up little by little. Finally, this gas-like gamma energy converged into a flame-like ionic state, covering Hulk's entire right hand. When Hulk's right hand successfully condensed gamma energy, Rog ended the hypnosis and guidance of Sharingan. Hulk did it, Hulk did it. At first, Hulk looked at the gamma energy on his right hand with some disbelief. After confirming that it was the gamma energy that he had refined and condensed, he said excitedly to Rog, "Yes, you did it." Looking at Hulk, who was like getting a new toy, Rog smiled with relief. In the following time, Rog struck the iron while it was hot, and shared with Hulk some of his experience in controlling chakra. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and when Hulk thoroughly mastered the technique of refining and controlling gamma energy, Rog took Hulk back to the headquarters of the replicas. After these 3 days of special training, Hulk can finally use the gamma energy in his body as chakra. More importantly, he, who has mastered the method of refining and controlling gamma energy, finally doesn't have to worry about losing control because of gamma energy. As long as he doesn't refine excessive gamma energy that he can't control at once, the previous state of losing control will not happen again. After using the portal magic to bring Hulk back to the headquarters, Rog wanted to directly return to the headquarters of Konoha's intelligence agency. However, before he had time to leave, Tani hurried to him. "Where have you been these days? Did you do the big explosion in the suburbs of New York?" Tani glanced at Hulk, whose appearance hasn't changed, but he always felt a little different, and then asked Rog. "We stayed in a forest for 3 days and gave Hulk some special training. As for the big explosion you mentioned, if there were no other big explosions in the past few days, then the explosion you mentioned was done by me and Hulk." Rog didn't explain to Tani why he and Hulk made such a powerful explosion. This kind of thing, the more he explained, the more complicated it would be. Although Rog didn't directly explain the reason, Tani immediately thought of something, and again looked at Hulk, who felt a little different. "Next time, if you have any special activities, can you let me know first? Do you know what the outside media is saying about the big explosion now? A nuclear attack from an enemy country. They almost described this big explosion as the fuse of World War III. Although Tani was very clear that the explosion had nothing to do with a nuclear attack, the ordinary people and the media didn't think so. Especially when the National Security Agency and the military jointly investigated the scene, but no information was released to the public. That was an accident. It shouldn't happen again in the future. Rog didn't dare to guarantee anything to Tani. No one could be sure about such things. "Shouldn't? Your answer is really reassuring," Tani said with some dissatisfaction, then continued. "About the explosion, I will let the media under my command appease the public, so that they won't be used by some people with ulterior motives." Although Tani didn't say it explicitly, Rog knew that the people with ulterior motives he was talking about were the Skrull people who wanted to see the world in chaos. In addition, the identification device you mentioned has a little problem now. I need a live research subject. If not, a dead one will do. Chapter 418. Rog doesn't have any talent in scientific research and development, but he can be a reliable assistant. "No problem, I will get you a living Skrull as soon as possible." After chatting with Tani for a while, Rog opened the portal again, and returned to Konoha's intelligence agency headquarters. Compared to 3 days ago, Konoha's HQ looked much better. At least from the outside, the damage wasn't as serious as before. However, to completely repair it, it's obviously not something that can be done in just a few days. This is the damage caused by the accident 3 days ago. As soon as Rog returned to his office, Hinata projected the already calculated details of the disaster. Looking at the dense statistical details projected by Hinata, Rog frowned slightly. Although the damage to Konoha's HQ can't be compared to the explosion in the forest, it still caused huge damage. Not to mention the damage to the building, just the hundreds of people who were accidentally injured gave him a headache. Although there were no deaths, Konoha's search for traces of the Skrull became even more passive due to the injuries of these people. Give these injured people the highest standard of treatment and compensation. I don't want them to have the idea of leaving Konoha because of this accident. Rog didn't hesitate and directly ordered Hinata. After arranging the treatment plan for the injured people, he browsed through the disaster situation of Konoha's HQ. The repair and reconstruction of damaged buildings, the repair and replacement of destroyed equipment, a list of categories constantly passed through his eyes. After looking at the final loss in the hundreds of millions, Rog sighed helplessly. If he knew this would happen, he would never have taught Hulk Hashiman Tonku in his private practice. Although Konoha isn't short of money now, a string of numbers that look similar to a phone number still makes him feel a burst of heartache. The specific repair and reconstruction work will be done according to your plan. In addition, send the latest instructions to the special forces outside, let them capture a Skrull, and bring them back to the HQ without endangering their own safety. If they can't capture a Skrull alive, bring back a Skrull's body. After he issued a public declaration, most of the action personnel in Konoha's headquarters were sent out. Even Daisy, Pietro, and the others were also searching for the whereabouts of the Skrulls. Now, in addition to some necessary security forces, the rest are some logistics and technical personnel. This was also the main reason why he was worried that the injured would think of leaving Konoha. It was common for combatants to be injured, so they wouldn't think too much about it. However, it was different for technicians. Their tolerance for injuries was naturally lower. After instructing Hinata, Rog did not intend to continue to stay in the office and directly returned to his room. After living in the wild with Hulk for 3 days, he needed to take care of his personal hygiene and get a good night's sleep. The next morning, after resting all night, he transformed into an ordinary blonde youth and quietly left Konoha's headquarters. Although Daisy and Pietro were now searching for the whereabouts of the Skrulls outside, they didn't have a special identification device, so it was difficult for them to find the whereabouts of the Skrulls in a short time. In order to solve the problem that Tani encountered in the development of the device as soon as possible, he could only choose to do it himself. After transforming into an ordinary person, he didn't choose to look for the Skrulls in Washington, but instead came to New York. After using quantum transmission to reach the top of a building, he took a deep breath, then used chakra perception. Different races have different life energy signals. Even if the Skrulls can transform into the appearance of the Earthlings, their life energy signal can't be exactly the same as the Earthlings. Of course, the above is only his guess. Before finding the real Skrulls, he can't be 100% sure that his guess is correct. Even the Carey Empire that destroyed the Skrulls' home planet couldn't easily distinguish the transformed Skrulls. Therefore, the transformation of the Skrulls may not have such an obvious weakness. Although sensing life energy is a relatively rare ability, it's not to the point that the Carey Empire's technology can't reach. It wasn't an easy task to detect a Skrull hiding in an unknown location in an international metropolis with a population of nearly 10 million. Especially when he doesn't know what kind of life energy signal the transformed Skrulls have. Time passed little by little. Rog continuously expanded his sensing range from the inside to the outside, trying to find the Skrulls hiding in the crowd. However, after trying for nearly an hour, he helplessly ended his sensing. He can't sense anything. Apart from the special life energy signals he already knew, he didn't find any abnormalities. Perhaps there were some minor anomalies, but in such a large area of general perception, these minor anomalies were directly ignored by him. Even if his chakra can support it, he doesn't have that much time to carefully sense the people one by one. Even if he only needed 1 second to sense a life energy signal, with the current population of New York, he would need nearly 10 million seconds. That's 2,770 hours, a total of 100 days. His wish to use the difference in life energy signals to quickly find the Skrulls has been dashed. In that case, the only thing left for him was to roll his eyes at her. However, compared to Chakra's sensing range, Supercilious Eye's range is much smaller. A radius of 10 kilometers. This is the maximum range that Supercilious Eye can reach. Beyond this range, his X-ray vision will significantly decrease, to the point where he can't even see through clothes. More importantly, he doesn't really want to use Supercilious Eye's X-ray vision to search for the Skrulls. If he used Supercilious Eye's X-ray vision to search for the Skrulls, it would mean that he would have to see through every person's body. Although he can control his X-ray vision to the extent that he can directly see through the body, but no matter what, this kind of act of looking at a person's internal organs is very perverted and disgusting. Simply put, he can't get past his psychological barrier. To look or not to look, that's the question. After seriously considering it for a few minutes, in order to ensure his psychological health, he finally gave up on the idea of using Supercilious Eye. It's fine if it's just a few people, but there are so many people in New York, if he has to look through them one by one, he might as well just kill himself. At least this way, he can die with an untainted brain. Chapter 419. Brooklyn, in a camouflaged vehicle downstairs of an old-fashioned building. Is there really a Skrull hiding here? Pietro, wearing a special light blue combat uniform, whispered to Daisy next to him. According to the investigation of the Intelligence Department and Hinata's analysis, the target is more than 80% likely to be a Skrull. After saying that, Daisy handed a custom-made tablet to Pietro. On the screen of the tablet, there is a middle-aged man who looks inconspicuous. A bald middle-aged man with a huge beer belly. From his appearance alone, this man named John is a slovenly middle-aged man who lives alone and has been unemployed for a long time. However, according to the analysis of Konoha's Intelligence Department and Hinata, this inconspicuous John is likely to be a Skrull in disguise. Although Tani hasn't invented a device to identify Skrulls yet, this doesn't mean that Konoha will wait in vain during this time. By analyzing John's behavior and comparing it with his previous life and habits, Konoha's Intelligence Department made an evaluation that John is suspected to be a Skrull. This evaluation of the Intelligence Department was further analyzed and confirmed by Hinata, and she obtained the same result. Then what are we waiting for? Pietro's superpower is super speed, and his personality is similar to his superpower. He's a guy who can't calm down, waiting for his friends to come. At this time, Daisy was wearing the black special combat uniform of Konoha's Intelligence Department, and her whole body exuded a serious aura. Before Pietro joined Konoha, Daisy was a member of the Special Combat Team. When she joined the Special Forces, she even rejected Roger's arrangement and started from the lowest level of the Special Forces. Even under such circumstances, she was still promoted to the position of captain of the Special Forces through her military exploits. The team that is acting with her now is the Special Combat Team that she led at the beginning. In addition to Daisy and Pietro leading the Special Combat Team to look for Skrulls outside, Punisher, Abomination, Moonstone, Red Tank, and others are also leading the Special Combat Team outside. At present, only Venom and Xiaohei are acting alone. Venom has Eddie as his partner, so he doesn't need other teammates. Blackie, on the other hand, simply did not like to be used by others. Other than Rog, he had no interest in becoming someone else's weapon, so he also chose to act alone. His friend is also from Skrull? Pietro asked. I'm not sure. It could be a friend of John's real identity, or it could be a friend disguised as John's friend. The Intelligence Department is currently analyzing the situation, but due to the incident at the headquarters, the speed of the analysis is much slower. Speaking of the accident at the headquarters, Daisy and Pietro looked at each other helplessly. As soon as the accident happened, they received a message from Hinata, knowing that the accident was caused by Rog and Hulk. Rog is really something. He usually looks like a very steady person, but he always likes to do dangerous things. Recalling what Rog had done before, Pietro couldn't help but complain. It's not a good habit to talk behind someone's back. You won't be able to find a girlfriend if you keep doing this. As soon as Pietro finished speaking, Rog's voice came from behind him, startling him. No, I didn't. Pietro quickly explained and turned around to look behind him. No. Why are you here? Didn't Hinata say that you took Hulk outside? Pietro immediately changed the topic. I came back yesterday. Chakra's perception didn't work, and he didn't want to look at other people's internal organs one by one. So he used the flying thunder god to sense Daisy and Pietro, who were also in New York. Daisy and Pietro still have the flying Thor jutsu he left on them. After returning to Earth, he didn't have time to remove the jutsu on them. He would never admit that he had completely forgotten about this matter. After all, after practicing in Konoha's hidden village on Tatooine for half a year, he didn't remember leaving jutsu on Daisy and Pietro. If he hadn't sensed these two flying Thor jutsu when he used Chakra's perception just now, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. After seeing Rog's arrival, the Special Forces members standing behind Daisy and Pietro saluted Rog for the first time. Rog is no stranger to these Special Forces members, and he can even call out each of their names. When Konoha's intelligence agency was first established, Konoha only had a little more than 100 Special Forces members. However, by now, Konoha's Special Forces members have developed to more than 200 people. Even the Umbu directly under him has developed from more than 30 people to more than 60 people. Whether it is these Special Forces members or the Umbu members, they have all been transformed by extremists. Therefore, on their bodies, there is the ultimate seal of the tongue bane placed by Rog. Facing the salute of these Special Forces members, Rog can only helplessly return a salute. How is the situation now? Rog quickly withdrew his gaze from the Special Forces members and asked Daisy, the captain. The one above, there is an 80% chance that he is a Scrooge, and he has a friend who may also be a Scrooge, so we plan to wait for them to meet before we act. Daisy quickly explained, and motioned for Pietro to hand the tablet in his hand to Rog. Room 703. Glancing at the location noted on the screen, Rog opened his Byakugan in front of Daisy and Pietro. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, the blue veins next to his eyes bulged, and Rog's white eyes became even weirder. Don't look at me like that. This is my new ability. While speaking, Rog wanted to look directly at room 703 of the building, but when his eyes appeared on Daisy, he unconsciously turned on his X-ray vision. Damn it. What am I thinking? After realizing that something was wrong, Rog immediately turned off the X-ray vision of Byakugan and turned his head to look outside. What is this new ability? Rog deliberately omitted the explanation of Byakugan's ability, but Pietro asked immediately. This allows me to see the enemy's attack more clearly. He must not tell them that Byakugan has the ability to see through things. Absolutely not. See the enemy's attack clearly? This sounds no different from your previous red eyes. Pietro showed a "that's it" expression. The difference is big. You are still young. You don't understand this. I don't blame you. Rog cut off this topic in time. Chapter 420. In order to prevent Pietro from asking awkward questions, Rog didn't stay in the camouflaged mobile vehicle for too long. He used quantum teleportation and teleported from the car to the roof of the target building. I feel like his eyes are a little weird. He must be hiding something from us. Pietro voiced his opinion. I have the same feeling. When Rog looked at her with supercilious eyes, Daisy suddenly had a feeling that she was completely seen through, as if she wasn't wearing any clothes at all. As a woman, Daisy had an unreasonable intuition in this regard. After teleporting to the rooftop, Roger calmed himself down. At the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. I'm an experienced veteran. How can I still have this kind of panic? This doesn't make sense. Could this be the so-called stimulation of peeping? Rog's thoughts began to wander uncontrollably in his mind. After dozens of inappropriate images unconsciously appeared in his mind, he reacted again. Damn it, it's not over yet, is it? With a thought, he mobilized chakra in his body and let chakra stimulate his brain. In an instant, the wild thoughts in his mind vanished, and what replaced them was a feeling of seeing through the world of mortals, as if the world was nothing but an illusion. After completely calming down, he stood on the roof and focused his gaze on room 703, where John lived. Messy. This was Rog's first reaction after seeing room 703 with supercilious eyes. In this room that seemed to be non-existent, he saw the target of Daisy and the others' operation, the bald middle-aged man named John. After further adjusting the degree of supercilious eyes penetration, he directly saw through John's internal structure. Although Rog was not a professional doctor, after killing so many people with his own hands, he still had a good understanding of the internal structure of the human body on Earth. The first second he saw through John's body, he could basically confirm that this man named John was the legendary Skrull. Although his appearance was no different from an Earthling, his internal structure was completely different from that of a human. "I finally found you." After confirming John's identity, he put on the headset he had just gotten from the train and told Daisy and the others about his discovery. Since John was a Skrull, his friend Alan was most likely a Skrull as well. With these two Skrulls and Tawny's intelligence, it wouldn't take long for him to invent a device that could identify Skrulls. Then it was a beautiful pursuit and killing operation. While waiting for the other Skrull, Alan, Rog carefully sensed John's life energy signal. Compared to humans on Earth, the Skrull's life energy signal was more than 95% similar. If one didn't sense it carefully, it would be easy to overlook it. After thoroughly studying the life energy signal of the Skrulls, he dispelled Chakra's sensing ability and patiently waited for Alan's arrival. He didn't know if these Skrulls generally didn't have a sense of time, or if only this Skrull named Alan was like this. After blowing the cool breeze on the roof for about half an hour, the Skrull named Alan finally arrived at John's house. Unlike the greasy John, Alan's human appearance was clearly much better. His body was well proportioned and straight, his hair was lush and clean, and his clothes were neat and tidy. More importantly, this Alan's face was handsome enough and younger. He looked like a college student who had just graduated. When Alan and John stood together, it was like a contrast between a pretty boy and a wretched uncle, like a strong contrast in a postmodern oil painting. Of course, this was Rog's personal opinion. After all, to the Skrulls, appearance wasn't important at all. As long as they wanted to, they could change into any appearance. "Let's move." Since Alan and John didn't look like super Skrulls, Rog didn't plan to personally take action. He handed the task of capturing them to Daisy and the others who had been waiting downstairs for a long time. At this moment, Alan and John were completely unaware of the approaching danger. Now they were talking in Skrull, which Rog couldn't understand at all. Although Rog, who was standing on the roof, couldn't hear their conversation, judging from their mouths, what they were saying now was not the Earth language he was familiar with. A few minutes later, the special forces led by Daisy came to the door of John's room. And like a group of wolves hunting for food, they made the final preparations before the attack without saying a word. What happened next was basically staged like a written script. Breaking the door, suppressing, attacking, subduing, handcuffing, in front of 6 Special Forces members who had been modified by extremists, as well as Daisy and Pietro, who had superpowers. The 2 ordinary Skrulls only lasted a few seconds before they were completely subdued. Then they were handcuffed, put on a pure black hood, and directly escorted to the mobile car downstairs. When the camouflage train was completely away from the block, Rog left the roof with the Flying Thunder God, and teleported to the mobile car. "I will take these 2 guys directly to the Avengers headquarters, you guys take a break, and then continue to perform other tasks." After speaking, Rog grabbed the shoulders of the 2 Skrulls and used quantum transmission. The reason why he didn't choose to use portal magic is because using portal magic in a moving vehicle is no different from directly cutting the vehicle. Portal is a fixed space entrance and exit, and it will not change its space coordinates because of the movement of the vehicle. At this point, quantum transmission is undoubtedly more suitable. A brilliant aurora-like light lit up in the car. Then the light disappeared, and Rog and the 2 Skrulls also disappeared. Because he didn't know where Tawny's laboratory was located at the Avengers headquarters, Rog chose to teleport to Tawny's office this time. At this time, Tawny was reviewing the information sent back by the action team secretly dispatched by the Avengers in his office. However, in the next second, a brilliant aurora-like light appeared in his office out of thin air. "The research subjects you want? I brought them to you." Before Tawny realized what was going on, Rog took off the hood on Alan and John's heads. They are Skrulls? Are you sure you didn't catch the wrong people? After carefully observing Alan and John, Tawny asked with some uncertainty. Of course I'm sure. As soon as his voice fell, Rog took out a flying Thor kunai with his right hand and slashed across Alan and John's arms like lightning. Purple blood that was completely different from that of the Earthlings slowly flowed out of the wound. Chapter 421. Purple Blood. Seeing the purple blood that didn't belong to an earth creature, Tawny no longer had any doubts and immediately arranged for the guards to send the 2 Skrulls to his laboratory. I'll leave the rest to you. If you need anything else, you can contact me at any time. After handing over the 2 Skrulls to Tawny, Rog didn't intend to continue staying at the headquarters. Although his relationship with Tawny is quite good, his reputation in the Alliance isn't very good. Tawny, Hulk, Natasha, and Scott are the only 4 people in the Alliance who aren't dissatisfied with Rog's domineering style. As for Rogers and the other members of the American team, they more or less had some complaints about him, especially after he openly threatened the protesters in the live news broadcast. Their evaluation of Rog became lower and lower. If it weren't for the fact that Roger was far stronger than them, perhaps Rogers would have brought the Special Forces of the United States to capture him at any time. However, Rog didn't care about the dissatisfaction of Rogers and the others. I like it when you don't like me, but can't do anything to me. No problem. If Konoha needs any help, you can contact the Alliance at any time. Tawny replied. Afterward, Rog used the portal magic and returned to Konoha's headquarters. Both Konoha and the Alliance's special forces are outside searching for Skrulls. The only difference is that Konoha openly sent out their special forces, while the Alliance can only send out their special forces secretly. After all, the Alliance is different from Konoha. Konoha can completely ignore people's evaluation and opinions, but the Alliance can't. After handing over the 2 Skrulls to Tawny, Rog didn't go out to look for Skrulls again. He had no interest in these ordinary Skrull people. Unless Daisy and the others find the legendary Super Skrulls, he won't make a move. A week passed in the blink of an eye. When Rog played the Kree Empire console game in Konoha's headquarters for a whole week, he finally received a call from Tawny. Come over, the first-generation identification device has been invented. Tawny didn't say anything and went straight to the point. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Rog opened the portal connected to Tawny's office and directly walked in. At this time, a lot of members of the Alliance gathered in Tawny's office. Rogers, Natasha, Hawkeye, Hallucination, Colonel Road. Obviously, Tony had also called back all the American team members who were out on the mission. However, Rog didn't see Hulk. Where's Hulk? Roger nodded at Natasha and Scott, then asked, What's the matter? He's practicing the new move you taught him in the training room. He hasn't left the training room for many days, and he has no intention of letting Dr. Banner come out. Having said that, Tawny looked at Rog with a complicated expression. If it weren't for Hulk's unwillingness to return his body to Dr. Banner, he wouldn't have to do everything by himself. Tawny is good in the field of mechanical technology, and biology is not in his research scope. Dr. Banner is the most suitable person to study alien creatures like Skrulls. You have to learn to respect Hulk's choice. If you always force Hulk to do things he doesn't like, he will become more and more rebellious. Rog explained to Hulk. It is precisely because the Alliance always forces Hulk to do things he doesn't like that Hulk has never gotten along with the people of the Alliance. Although Hulk is very powerful, he can't always be used as a weapon and tool. Let's not talk about this for now. Let me introduce you to this instrument to identify Skrulls. After that, Tawny pointed to the instrument on the desk, which looked like a thick tablet computer. Through detailed research on the 2 Skrulls, I found a way to identify them. Tawny picked up the instrument on the desk and pressed the start button. We can't see through the disguise of the Skrulls with just the naked eye. However, when studying their purple blood, I found that there is some extremely weak special radiation in their blood. After a detailed study of the special frequency of the radiation, I have successfully identified this radiation frequency alone. Since there is a special frequency of radiation, the next thing is very simple. The principle of this identification instrument is similar to a nuclear radiation detector. The only difference is that this instrument can only identify the special radiation in the blood of the Skrulls. After that, Tani handed the instrument in his hand to Rog, then continued, "Through the camera on the instrument, we can identify the special radiation in those people. Red is a normal human from Earth. Purple is a Skrull. Because this is the first-generation version, the detection range is only about 100 meters. Rog picked up the instrument in his hand and operated it briefly, then scanned everyone in the room. Tani's explanation was clear enough, but Rog soon found something wrong. Tani and Captain America's scan result was indeed normal human red. However, when he scanned himself and the illusion, he saw colors other than red and purple. The illusion scan result was yellow, while his scan result was blue. What do blue and yellow mean? Rog asked Tani. Nothing special. Simply put, you and the illusion emit radiation. As for whether this radiation will affect the people around you, unless you are willing to let me study you in detail, I can't give you a definite answer, Tani said casually. Although Tani said it casually, after he finished, Rog found that the eyes of Natasha and the others became a little strange. If it wasn't red, it meant that they weren't normal humans. The illusion is relatively easy to understand. After all, he is a robot with autonomous consciousness. But Rog is different. He is a native of Earth. Rog ignored the strange eyes of Natasha and the others, handed the instrument back to Tani, and began to think quickly in his mind. Is this the after effect of practicing chakra? Or is it because of the increase in strength that he began to evolve in the direction of aliens? There are a total of 20 sets of this instrument. Compound and Konoha will share equally, 10 sets on each side. When Rog wondered whether he had begun to evolve in the direction of aliens, Tani asked the staff outside the room to move the remaining 19 sets of identification instruments in. Chapter 422. Although this device can only identify Skrulls within 100 meters, it's undoubtedly a huge improvement compared to searching for Skrulls through data analysis. With this device, Konoha's intelligence department no longer needs to compare the data of suspected targets and analyze whether they've been replaced by Skrulls. Good job! Everyone in the room picked up the device and started operating it, then expressed their approval of Tani's work. Tani may not be the most powerful superhero in the Avengers, but he's definitely the most irreplaceable existence in the Avengers. Without Tani's brain, the Avengers wouldn't have developed to this point. I'll accept the device. But if you have time, you can try to upgrade it. 100 meters is still too small. No problem. Once I develop a new version, I'll inform you as soon as possible. After receiving Tony's reply, Rog opened the portal connecting to his office and returned to Konoha's office with the 10 sets of identifiers that belonged to Konoha. Hinata, arrange for people to send out the device. It's time to give these Skrulls a surprise. Rog said to Hinata. Okay. It didn't take long for 2 Konoha staff in black uniforms to come to Rog's office and took out the device on the table. The problem of how to identify Skrulls has been solved. The next step is naturally to capture and kill them. However, Rog still has no plans to take action. Unless Daisy and the others find a super Skrull, he won't do it himself. Capturing ordinary Skrulls is not a challenge for him at all. If he has the time, he might as well clear a few more Kree Empire games. Under Hinata's arrangement, the identification device invented by Tony was quickly sent to Daisy and the others who were acting outside. With the device, the efficiency of Konoha and the Avengers' operations has been significantly improved. In just 3 days, the number of captured and killed Skrulls has reached more than 20. The number of suspected names on the list is also decreasing at a considerable speed. Sama, the joint conference will start in half an hour. Hinata woke up Rog, who was addicted to the game. Got it. Although somewhat reluctant, Rog still logged out of the Kree Empire game and took off his helmet. At this time, a week has passed since Tani handed over the device. In this week, Konoha and the Avengers achieved brilliant results. They had captured 36 Skrulls alive and killed 43 Skrulls. Under the joint attack of Konoha and the Avengers, the Skrulls active in Washington and New York were all caught in one net. Even the Skrulls who disguised themselves as government workers weren't spared from the attack. In the beginning, the White House and military expressed their dissatisfaction with Konoha and the Avengers. But when they received the corpses of Skrulls, they obediently shut up. Because of the Skrulls with the Skrulls to kill Konoha. Even the suggestion of a joint press conference was tactfully proposed by the White House and the military. But even if they didn't mention it, Tani had already decided to hold a press conference. In the past 6 months, the Avengers had taken the blame many times, and the support of the public has reached an all-time low. Now that there is sufficient evidence, it's time to wash away the slander. Rog didn't have any objection to Tani's decision to hold a press conference. But on the issue of how to deal with the captured Skrulls, they had different opinions. Tani's idea was to show the Skrulls who were still alive at the press conference, put the witnesses in front of the public, and then lock them up in a secret prison. Tani's idea wasn't wrong. After all, in the UA, some states didn't even have the death penalty, and this approach was in line with the humanism that the UA has always promoted. However, Rog had a different view on this. Showing the existence of the Skrulls to the public was no problem. After the Battle of New York, people all over the world knew that there were other intelligent life forms in the universe. Since there were the Za'Tari, it wasn't strange to have another Skrull. What really caused them to have different opinions was the decision of whether to lock up the Skrulls. Tani was more inclined to lock up the Skrulls, while Rog was more inclined to kill them. If they kept the Skrulls alive, who knew what would happen in the future? It was better to just kill them. Neither of them could convince the other, so the joint press conference was held. The Skrulls would be displayed at the press conference. At the same time, they would announce a 3-day secret voting campaign on the spot. Any UA citizen with legal status could log on to a special website to vote. The results of the voting would determine the fate of the Skrulls. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Avengers headquarters in the suburbs of New York, the joint press conference was held on time. Tani was the main speaker of the press conference. He stood on the stage and introduced the Skrulls' abilities in detail, as well as the dangers they brought. However, even when he asked the staff to bring a few Skrulls who hadn't transformed onto the stage, the reporters didn't have much of a reaction. Looking at the somewhat deserted scene, Tani seemed to have realized something. Once the impression was bad, it was difficult to recover. Even if people knew that the Skrulls had disguised themselves to frame the superheroes, they wouldn't change their opinion. Because once they changed their opinion, it meant that they had to admit that they were stupid, and that they had done wrong. It was similar to the king's new clothes. Although they knew it was the truth, they would never admit it. Before the press conference started, Rog expected this. But he didn't remind Tani. Instead, he wanted to let Tani experience it himself. Although Tani had experienced some pain, he still overestimated human nature. As Rog expected, the climax of the press conference came when Tani announced the voting to decide the fate of the Skrulls. What right do the Avengers and Konoha have to decide the fate of the Skrulls? Although they are aliens, they are also living beings. Even if there is a trial, they can only be tried through the law. Although the Skrulls have the ability to transform, you don't have enough evidence to prove it. The so-called evidence you provided is only your side of the story. The reporters in the audience said one after another, directly targeting the Avengers and Konoha. The reporters who were not interested in Tani's evidence now stood on the moral high ground and began to refute with righteous words. Looking at the suddenly agitated reporters, Tani was stunned. Then he looked at Rog, who was sitting on his right. Chapter 423. Looking at Tani's pleading eyes, Rog suddenly missed the Tani before he became Iron Man. Although Tani didn't know him at that time, he had seen a lot of news reports and live broadcasts about Tani. The arrogant genius and playboy from back then was completely gone. It had to be said that the identity of a superhero could really change a person. If it was the Tani from back then, he would never have shown such pleading eyes, let alone be speechless by the reporter's questions. After silently lamenting in his heart, Rog stood up and came to the podium. There was no need for any verbal communication. When Rog came over, Tani immediately gave up his position and sat in his seat without saying a word. When the person standing on the podium became Rog, the sharp questions from the audience instantly disappeared without a trace. A person's name, a tree's shadow. The reporters in the audience may not have dealt with Rog before, but they must have seen Rog's arrogant public declaration. "I will answer your questions just now," Rog said in a calm tone. His eyes slowly swept over every reporter in the audience. Although he hadn't done anything yet, the moment his eyes swept over them, all the reporters in the audience felt an inexplicable chill. However, as reporters, they showed excellent professionalism and didn't show any signs of losing their composure. This was a live broadcast. If they lost their composure, even if their careers weren't ruined, they would at least go down the drain. "Actually, I can answer all your questions with one sentence. We are not discussing with you how to deal with these Skrulls. We are just informing you. It doesn't matter if you're willing or not, or if you acknowledge it or not. The fate of these Skrulls is only imprisonment for life or death. You only have the right to vote or not. You have no right to raise any objections. If you want to show your benevolence, go to this website and vote. Do you understand?" Rog's tone was neither cold nor stern. However, everyone could hear the undeniable tone in his words. After that, Rog gestured to the staff below the stage to project the voting page onto the huge screen on the stage. At this time, the statistics below the death and life imprisonment options were still 0. The reason why it was still 0 was not because no one in the United States had voted, but because the voting had not even begun. "Now, I announce that the voting for the punishment of the Skrulls has officially begun." As Rog's voice sounded, the 72-hour countdown at the top of the voting page began to roll. A few seconds after Rog announced the start of the voting, the statistics on the page began to rise crazily. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. Looking at the increasing numbers on the page, the reporters sitting in the audience fell silent. Just as Rog had said, they had no right to make any suggestions or objections. The crazy numbers on the voting page proved an incomparably cruel fact. That is, not many people cared whether Konoha and the Avengers' decision was legal or not. In other words, those who voted tacitly agreed that Konoha and the Avengers had the right to do so. With the official start of the voting, the scheduled process of the press conference was all over. However, Rog did not leave the stage at this time but continued. "Perhaps even now, some people still don't believe that the previous accidents were caused by the Skrulls, but it doesn't matter, because the evidence you want is now in front of you. All cameramen, aim the camera at the door." Not to mention the reporters and cameramen at the scene. Even Tani and Daisy didn't understand Rog's words. However, they soon knew the reason. The venue of the press conference was on the grass next to the Avengers' headquarters, only a few dozen meters away from the door. After hearing Rog's words, everyone at the scene turned to look at the door. Then they saw a large group of superheroes. Iron Man wearing an Iron Man armor, Captain America holding a shield, Hulk with a tall figure, Hawkeye with a bow and arrow. Of course, among these superheroes, there were also no faces of Konoha members. Punisher, Abomination, Shockwave Woman, Quicksilver, Red Tank. Among these superheroes, except for Yondaime Hokage and Thor, the faces of Konoha and the Avengers who have publicly appeared and performed missions outside were basically all there. Did you know this would happen? Looking at the superheroes who suddenly arrived on the opposite side, Tani asked Rog, "Isn't this a normal thing? If Rogers and the others were tried in public on other planets, you would definitely take people to rescue them." Rog answered calmly. When Tani proposed a huge press conference, he guessed this. What's more, they also made a special advance notice. "Why didn't you say it earlier? We weren't ready to fight at all," Tani complained. "No, it's just that you weren't ready. Konoha was ready early in the morning. We will stop them first. You are responsible for evacuating the crowd and sending these people to a safe place." After that, Rog summoned his Haori and Kusanagi sword. Tani wanted to continue to say something, but when he saw that Konoha's people had rushed up, he could only silently accept Rog's arrangement. "This is also an opportunity for us, an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." As soon as his voice fell, Rog's figure disappeared on the stage, leaving only a finger-thick light blue electric snake. Lightning body flicker. Using the lightning body flicker, Rog came from the stage to the door in an instant, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was wrapped in light blue lightning. Without any hesitation, the Kusanagi sword in his hand directly stabbed the nearest Hawkeye. Whoosh! The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning cut through the Hawkeye's neck like cutting through a cream cake, instantly beheading him. Byakugan open. When the head of the Hawkeye flew, Rog opened the Byakugan at the same time, increasing his vision to the level of cheating. When Rog took the lead to kill the Hawkeye, the other Konoha's people also launched their own attacks. Chapter 424. Daisy, Quicksilver, and the Punisher, who came to the press conference with Rog, immediately targeted their pirated versions. The shockwave from Daisy's palms directly sent her pirated versions flying. Quicksilver, on the other hand, played a racing game with his pirated version. As for the Punisher, his attack was the simplest and most violent. He directly pulled out the pistol at his waist and madly shot his pirated versions. Although Daisy and the others first entangled their pirated versions, there were more than a few pirated heroes present at this time. Just as these pirated heroes planned to join forces to deal with Daisy and the others, two terrifying figures fell from the sky like meteorites, smashing two huge craters on the grass. Abomination and the Red Tank appeared. Because the two of them were too big, Rog didn't bring them to the press conference, but arranged them in the Quinjet. The domineering appearance of Abomination and the Red Tank immediately attracted the attention of these pirated heroes, and also disrupted their plan to besiege Daisy and the others. Following Abomination and the Red Tank were Blackie and Venom, whose appearance was 95% similar. Like Abomination and the Red Tank, they were also arranged in the Quinjet by Rog. Following Blackie and Venom was Moonlight Stone, who was wearing a gold and white uniform. Although she was the last to appear, the way she appeared was the most eye-catching. Moonlight Stone herself hadn't flown to the scene yet, but the energy shockwave she fired had already arrived in the crowd of pirated heroes. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, and the shockwave of the explosion directly blew away the smaller pirated heroes. Except for Dr. Lizard and Walter, all of Konoha's main forces were present. As for the special forces and the Ambu, Rog didn't give them any tasks, but let them stay in Konoha's headquarters. Today's battle was a battle between the original and the pirated version. Although the Skrull side had the advantage in numbers, the Punisher and the others relied on their own strength to make up for the disadvantage in numbers. The Skrull's transformation ability was indeed very good, and the abilities they created with their technology were indeed very realistic. But pirated versions were always pirated versions. In front of the original Punisher, these pirated versions had no advantage except for the advantage in numbers. While Konoha's people entangled these pirated heroes, the Avengers didn't stay idle and quickly evacuated the reporters and other innocent people present. Just as Tani and the others were evacuating the crowd, a tall green figure came to their side. The person who appeared was none other than Hulk, who practiced the Hashiman Tonka day and night in the training room. Hulk, you're here, great. Do you see those people who look exactly like us? Go up and beat them up hard. Tani said to Hulk. What about the others? Hulk pointed to the people of Konoha. You don't have to care about them, you just have to beat up those people who are pretending to be the Avengers. You are. Hulk nodded his head in agreement with Tony's statement. However, Hulk didn't rush directly to the Skrull people as Tani imagined, but instead he took a deep breath in front of him. What does this mean? Is he calming himself down? Because Tani has been busy with the Skrull people, he didn't know what Rog taught Hulk. But in the next second, Tani saw a completely different Hulk from his memory. Gamma energy exuding a strange green light appeared on Hulk's body, as if it was covering him with a layer of energy. Then, just as Tani was about to ask Hulk what was going on, Hulk said very seriously, Hashiman Tonku, first gate, open, open. As Hulk's voice sounded, the gamma energy on his body became stronger. However, what really shocked Tani was that Hulk was exuding an amazing aura that was completely different from before. In the past, although Hulk was very powerful, He always gave people the feeling that he was crazy and brainless. But now, Hulk was exuding a cold-blooded and austere aura like a veteran. What did Rog teach Hulk? The current Hulk looks very dangerous. No, after this matter is over, I must have a good chat with Hulk. Just as Tawny was surprised by Hulk's aura, Hulk suddenly disappeared in front of him, leaving behind an afterimage. Then he heard a collision sound like an explosion. After opening the first gate, Hulk lifted the restrictions on his brain and used 100% of his physical strength for the first time. After using all of his physical strength, Hulk showed an amazing speed that far exceeded his previous speed. His whole body was like a train as he crashed into the Skrull people, knocking away the Skrull people who had transformed into him. Before Hulk had even opened the first door, Rog had already sensed his presence. Byakugan's 360-degree vision without blind spots allowed him to clearly see everything that was happening around him. If he wanted to, he could even see through everyone's body. However, he did not do that. Instead, he moved forward as if he was taking a stroll, casually killing Black Widow and Captain America. These Skrulls who had transformed into Black Widow and Captain America were ordinary Skrulls. Although they had tried very hard to imitate the strength of the real Skrulls, in front of Rog, even the real Black Widow and Captain America couldn't hold on for long. At this time, Rog wasn't picking on soft persimmons. Instead, he was trying to clear the battlefield as much as possible, so that the next battle would have a bigger stage. After searching for a while, he successfully found the Super Skrull that he had been thinking about for a long time among these counterfeit goods. 3. Among these Skrulls, there were only 3 Super Skrulls who had transformed into Super Skrulls: Hulk, Quicksilver, and Shockwave Girl Daisy. Although they were hidden among the ordinary Skrulls, Rog's Byakugan completely saw through their disguise. After killing another Hawkeye, he arrived in front of the Super Skrull who had transformed into Daisy. Don't think about fishing in troubled waters. I know you're a Super Skrull. Go all out. After cleaning up the insensible trash around him, Rog said to Daisy. After discovering that she had been completely exposed, this Daisy had no intention of continuing to hide. She raised her hand and released a strong shockwave that wasn't much weaker than the real Daisy. Chapter 425. The invisible shockwave created ripples in the air and attacked Rog at an astonishing speed. However, for Rog, who was already used to this kind of shockwave attack, the attack from Daisy was too slow. In the blink of an eye, Rog disappeared from his original position, leaving behind a finger-sized light blue electric snake. Then his voice sounded behind the fake Daisy. You're too slow. Following his voice, the Kusanagi sword in his hand stabbed straight at the back of Daisy. Without enough time to dodge, Daisy made a counterattack that was within Rog's expectations. Boom. With himself as the center, he unleashed a 360-degree shockwave without any blind spots. This was both an attack and a defense. Although Daisy had never fought with Rog before, all the Skrulls, including him, had studied Rog's fighting style in detail. Strength, speed, technique, energy release. In the internal investigation report of the Skrulls, most of Rog's fighting attributes could be said to be perfect. This was also the reason why these Skrulls had never disguised themselves as Log. With their technology and strength, the Rog that they disguised as was extremely flawed. Even if they used it to fool ordinary people, the Rog that they disguised as was not enough to pass off as the real deal. Therefore, in order to prevent their disguise plan from being exposed, they gave up on the idea of disguising themselves as Rog. However, in Rog's perfect fighting attributes, they discovered a weakness of Rog. To be precise, it could not be considered a weakness. It was just that compared to his other attributes, this attribute was obviously a few levels lower. Constitution. Because he was an Earthling, Rog's constitution was not very outstanding. Not to mention the races in the universe that specialized in constitution. Even compared to some ordinary races in the universe, Earthling's constitution was obviously inferior. Under normal circumstances, Rog's constitution was not particularly strong, but it was enough to be his fatal weakness. However, this deficiency in his physique was made up for by his speed that surpassed that of an ordinary person. When analyzing Rog's fighting videos, the Skrulls discovered that Rog had a preference for close combat. In response to this phenomenon, they developed an effective method to deal with Rog's weak constitution. In close combat, they would exchange injury for injury. Although the physiques of the Skrulls aren't that strong, compared to the humans of Earth, they still have an advantage. As long as they could severely injure Rog, not to mention exchanging injury for injury, even exchanging life for injury would be worth it. Although Super Skrulls were rare, they weren't like Logue, where there was only one of them. More importantly, they discovered that Rog played an irreplaceable role in Konoha. Once Rog dies, even if Konoha doesn't immediately fall apart, it will be divided into several different forces. In other words, as long as they succeed in killing Rog, it not only means that they got rid of a very troublesome enemy, but it also means that they have caused irreparable damage to Konoha. In a way, the Skrull people's findings weren't wrong. It's just that there was a small problem, that is, their intelligence was a bit too outdated. Before he became a sage, his constitution was indeed Rog's weakness. At least compared to his other attributes, his physique was only equivalent to a strengthened earthling. However, with the continuous growth of his sage body, this weakness of his constitution was quickly made up for. Although Rog still had the title of an earthling, his constitution was not inferior to an Asgard. In fact, his constitution was not worse than the Asgard's, it was even better than most of the Asgard's. Before he went to rescue the kidnapped Hulk, his hand-to-hand combat with Thor proved this point. Even if these Skrulls paid a bit of attention to news from the universe, such as his battle with Luonan and Thanos on planet Sokka, these Skrulls wouldn't continue to believe that his physique was a weakness. Facing the shockwave flying at high speed, Rog did not dodge. His body directly flashed with the chakra coat wrapped with lightning. Lightning release chakra mode. In just a moment, Rog covered his whole body with lightning release chakra, covering himself with a layer of chakra coat that was not inferior to steel. The invisible shockwave of the fake daisy was like a tsunami wave that hit Rog. Then his chakra coat was stirred up in a circle of ripples. This shockwave that had no blind spots came quickly and left quickly. Its power was not small. At the very least, the Skrulls not far from Rog and the fake daisy, as well as the abominations and red tanks, were all sent flying by the shockwave. However, Rog, who was closest to the fake daisy, was still standing in his original position. Your reaction is not bad, but it's still too slow. As soon as his voice fell, the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand drew two silver arcs in the air. Chi, chi. Like cutting a watermelon, the Kusanagi sword did not receive any resistance, easily cutting through the fake daisy. As two arms, her arms were directly cut off. Purple blood spurted out from the wound on the severed arm, as if a faint purple rain was falling. If he wanted, he could directly kill this fake daisy. However, the fake daisy's identity as a Super Skrull allowed her to avoid the fate of being directly beheaded. Rog wasn't very interested in the Skrull's ability to change their appearance. However, he was quite curious about the Super Skrull's ability to copy the target's ability. In order to satisfy his little curiosity, he decided to take these three Super Skrulls back to Konoha and study them. After removing the fake daisy, as two arms, Rog flashed behind the fake daisy. His left hand turned into a knife and hit the back of her neck. The sudden heavy blow knocked out the fake daisy without any suspense. The Skrulls present didn't expect that one of the three strongest Super Skrulls among them would be so weak in front of Rog. She couldn't even hold on for more than 10 seconds. Although they found it hard to believe, as members of their race, the nearby bandit heroes immediately rushed forward in an attempt to save the bandit Daisy, who had been knocked out by Rog. However, their speed was still too slow. Just as they took their first step, Rog's left hand grabbed the fake Daisy's collar, and the two disappeared directly. Flying Thor. In order to prevent this Super Skrull from bleeding to death, Rog didn't waste any time and directly took her back to Konoha's laboratory. Hinata, look after this guy, don't let him die. After instructing Hinata, Rog's figure disappeared again. The Super Skrull who lost her arms was lying motionless on the dissection table in the laboratory. The humanoid robot in the corner was awakened by Hinata, took bandages, sutures, and other tools, and came to the dissection table without saying a word. Chapter 426. Although Hinata didn't know what Rog was going to do to the seriously injured Super Skrull, since Rog had ordered her to do so, she would never let this Super Skrull die. Under Hinata's control, the 3 medical robots quickly treated the seriously injured and unconscious Super Skrull. After bringing the fake Daisy back to the laboratory at Konoha's headquarters, Rog immediately returned to the Avengers' headquarters. At this time, the Skrull disguised as heroes were still fighting with Konoha and the others. However, the most eye-catching thing now wasn't the members of Konoha or the heroes, but Hulk. After opening the first gate, Hulk lifted the restrictions in his brain and exerted 100% of his physical ability. Now Hulk is using his actions to prove what it means to be unstoppable. Although only Hulk is participating in the battle on the Avengers' side for the time being, he, who opened the first gate, blocked more than 20 heroes with his own strength. A Black Widow with a punch, a Hawkeye with a kick, and a few Ant-Men with a kick. Although the unrelated personnel in the Avengers' headquarters have been completely evacuated, the broadcast of the battle has never stopped. Through the live broadcast, countless people saw the battle scene of Hulk killing the heroes crazily. Watching these knockoff heroes die one by one in the hands of Hulk, who was emitting green light all over his body, the audience on the other side of the TV couldn't help but have the same thought. Hulk, the strongest Avenger. After returning to the battlefield, Rog paid a little attention to Hulk's battle for a few seconds, and then focused on the fake Quicksilver, who was competing with the real Quicksilver in speed. This fake Quicksilver is also a Super Skrull, and is one of the research targets that Rog must bring back to the laboratory. Compared with the battles of others, the battle between the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver seemed a bit ordinary. To be precise, it's not ordinary, but not many people can see the specific situation of their battle. In the eyes of others, the two of them are like 2 flashing ghosts, constantly appearing in every corner of the battlefield. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, Rog immediately joined the speed competition between the 2 Quicksilver. Compared with the first time they met, Quicksilver's speed has improved a lot. However, he's not the only one whose speed has improved. Within a few seconds, Rog, who was in the state of lightning body flicker, appeared in front of the 2 of them. Rog's appearance made the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver stunned. Then, a completely different look appeared on their faces. Quicksilver's face, of course, was an expression of excitement. Having competed with Logue in terms of speed, he knew very well what kind of speed Logue possessed. With Rog's help, he was confident that he could solve this problem in a short period of time. Of course, the original Quicksilver was happy to see Roger join, while the counterfeit Quicksilver showed a very dignified look at this time. Speed had always been Logue's forte. Quicksilver was to be very well know this. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of the joint attack of Rog and Quicksilver, he saw a completely incomprehensible picture. Using lightning body flicker, he instantly appeared in front of the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver. Without any hesitation, Rog made his move. However, his target was not the fake Quicksilver, but the real Quicksilver. Did I mistake him for someone else? This thought quickly emerged in the mind of the fake Quicksilver. Even the real Quicksilver showed a puzzled look after seeing Rog's right hand grabbing him like lightning. Rog, who was using Byakugan, certainly wouldn't mistake him for someone else. What he wanted to catch now was the real Quicksilver. In just a moment, Rog's right hand, which was wrapped in chakra and lightning, grabbed Quicksilver's shoulder. Then his right hand suddenly exerted force and threw Quicksilver, who was running at high speed, out. After doing all this, he turned and chased after the fake Quicksilver. This fake Quicksilver, who was transformed from a Super Skrull, could be solved by him alone. Leaving Quicksilver here is a pure waste of combat power. Although Quicksilver didn't know what Rog was planning, he didn't suffer a serious impact after being thrown by Rog. Instead, he fell into the crowd of heroes in a relatively gentle way. Quicksilver wanted to catch up and ask, but the bandit heroes around him helped him put an end to this idea with their actions. At this time, although Rog was far away from the main battlefield, he could still clearly see everything happening on the battlefield with his Byakugan. After confirming that Konoha's people were not in danger for the time being, he focused his attention on the crazy running fake Quicksilver in front of him. Although this fake Quicksilver tried to rejoin the main battlefield, so as to use his super speed to attack Konoha's people. But Rog told him a fact with his own actions, that is, don't even think about it. At this super speed that exceeds the speed of sound, ordinary ninjutsu can't hit the fake Quicksilver at all. After confirming that Konoha's members on the main battlefield were not in danger with his Byakugan, he closed his Byakugan. 3 Tomo Sharingan open. First gate of Hashimen Tanku, open. After switching Byakugan to Sharingan, he opened the first gate of Hashimen Tanku at the same time. With the opening of the first gate, his already amazing speed instantly became even more terrifying. He didn't use Hashimen Tanku to directly attack the fake Quicksilver. He had a better way to deal with this fake Quicksilver. After using the Hashimen Tanku, he instantly caught up with Quicksilver in front of him, as if he had turned on the nitrogen acceleration of a race car. Sharingan, Golden Bind Genjutsu. When the fake Quicksilver looked at him in shock, Rog used Sharingan Genjutsu on him. The moment he saw Rog's Sharingan, the fake Quicksilver had already realized that something was wrong. However, at this time, there was no way for him to change his fate. Under the state of extreme speed, the fake Quicksilver instantly lost control of his body, and his whole body seemed to be completely solidified. Then his body couldn't move, under the action of inertia, like a rolling bowling ball. He hit the outer wall of a nearby building. Boom! The uncontrollable knockoff Quicksilver crashed through the outer wall of the building, and the whole person rolled into the building in an extremely embarrassing manner. When the fake Quicksilver finally stopped rolling, Rog, who was wrapped in a light blue chakra coat, came in front of him and looked at the scar-covered fake Quicksilver. The second super scroll was in his hand. Chapter 427. This guy copied Pietro's super speed. He won't be able to move normally for half an hour. Check his injuries, don't let him die. After you're done, find a room and lock him up. After bringing back the immobile Quicksilver, Rog told Hinata. At this time, on another dissection table in the laboratory, the medical robot was helping the fake Daisy with the final treatment. She copied Daisy's superpower. Don't forget to prepare a room for her. Rog glanced at the fake Daisy on the autopsy table, who had turned back into a Skrull, and continued. Yes, sir. Hinata's gentle voice sounded out of thin air in the laboratory. After instructing Hinata, Rog once again used the Flying Thor and returned to the headquarters. Both the fake Daisy and the fake Quicksilver were in his hands, only the fake Hulk was left. When he returned to the headquarters of the Avengers, the first thing he saw was his last target, the fake Hulk, that was transformed from a super Skrull. He was being beaten up by the real Hulk who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. Although he didn't know how a super Skrull with a body similar to an ordinary person became a huge Hulk. However, after seeing the fight between the real Hulk and the fake Hulk, he had to admit that the fake Hulk perfectly copied some of Hulk's abilities. Resistant to beatings. Especially resistant to beatings. Even in the face of the real Hulk who had opened the Hashimen Tanku, the fake Hulk still showed an extremely tenacious ability to resist all of Hulk's attacks. While Rog was appreciating the violent aesthetic scene of the real Hulk beating the fake Hulk, Tani and the others, who had evacuated all the unrelated personnel and changed their equipment, finally joined the battle. Similar to Konoha's people, Tani and the others first chose their fake versions. For a while, the grassland of the Avengers became lively. 5 or 6 Iron Man in Iron Man armor were fighting in the air, and 3 or 4 identical Captain America were fighting with each other. The graceful Black Widows were fighting in a group, and the Hawkeye were shooting arrows at each other. The War Machine Colonel Rog, Falcon Sam, Ant-Man Scott, and the others were also fighting fiercely with their knockoff versions. The only one who looked more relaxed was Illusion. He didn't know if it was too difficult to imitate Illusion, or for some other reason. Among these heroes, Rog only saw one fake Illusion. With the addition of the Avengers, the fake heroes, who didn't have much advantage, suddenly became more precarious. After a while, Roger, who has activated his Sharingan, began to be unable to distinguish their true identities. But even so, he didn't intend to switch back to Byakugan. The only target he needed to deal with now was the fake Hulk, who was fighting with the real Hulk. As for the other knockoff heroes, they could be dealt with by the real deal. Flying Thor. After sensing the flying Thor technique on Hulk, Rog directly flashed in front of him and joined forces with him to attack this fake version of Hulk. Taijutsu monstrous strength. After further development of the Sage body, Rog rarely took the initiative to use monstrous strength. Even when fighting with Ronin on Sokka planet, he didn't deliberately open Taijutsu, monstrous strength. However, at this time, in order to send this fake version of Hulk flying as soon as possible, he directly used monstrous strength. Even one-on-one with the real Hulk who opened the first gate, this fake version of Hulk couldn't gain the upper hand. When Rog also joined the battle, this fake version of Hulk didn't even have a chance to fight back, and could only be beaten passively. Although Hulk didn't know why Rog suddenly joined the battle, he had no opinion on Rog's approach. Not only that, he even somewhat liked the feeling of fighting together with Rog. Under the joint attack of Hulk and Rog, this fake version of Hulk only lasted for less than 5 seconds before he was completely sent flying. Just when Hulk was about to chase after him, Rog suddenly stopped him. "Leave him to me, you go deal with the rest." After speaking, Rog didn't wait for Hulk's reply, and used lightning body blink to chase after him. Seeing Rog's figure suddenly disappear, Hulk, who was emitting a green glow, stopped in place and thought for a few seconds before taking large strides towards the other Hulks. The situation had developed to this point. The Skrull people had completely lost the initiative in the battle. Right now, not to mention rescuing the imprisoned Skrull people, whether they could even leave this place alive was a problem. Thinking of this fake version of Hulk transformed from a Super Skrull person looked at Rog in front of him with hatred. If it wasn't for Rog, their disguise plan wouldn't have been seen through so quickly. If it wasn't for Rog, their rescue plan wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. All of this was caused by the man in front of him. If it wasn't for him, the Skrull people could definitely turn Earth into their new home planet. In this fake version of Hulk's view, the reason why they couldn't occupy Earth was all Rog's fault. It had to be said that the Skrull people who had already started a space civilization somewhat underestimated Earth. In terms of civilization development, Earth was indeed inferior to those planets that had started a space civilization. However, Earth was truly a monster house. The number of hidden monsters on Earth was more than any other planet in the universe. Even if it wasn't for Rog, their plan to invade Earth would absolutely not succeed. However, at this time, this fake version of Hulk obviously wouldn't think so much. In his mind, there was only one thought, and that was to completely kill Rog. He knew that Rog was very strong, but he wasn't weak either. He was a rare Super Skrull among the Skrull people. He was a Super Skrull who could perfectly imitate Hulk. He was a Super Skrull who survived the full pursuit of the Carey Empire. Just as this fake version of Hulk was about to burst into anger and wanted to prove his strength to Rog, he saw a huge energy ball with a diameter of several meters, crazily rotating. Super Jade Rasengan. Rog didn't intend to explain anything to this fake version of Hulk. The only thing he wanted to do now was to get this rare Super Skrull person to Konoha's laboratory as soon as possible, and then carefully study their secrets. Boom. This fake version of Hulk didn't have time to stand up. The Rasengan in Rog's hand fiercely smashed into his body. Then a huge explosion similar to the explosion of an intercontinental missile occurred. Chapter 428. The huge explosion resounded throughout the headquarters of the Avengers, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When the people of Konoha and the Avengers saw that the explosion was caused by Rog, they chose to ignore it. For Rog, making this kind of shocking explosion was a basic operation, nothing to make a fuss about. But for the Skrulls, Rog's attack was something they couldn't imagine. They couldn't understand how Rog, an Earthling, could have such powerful strength. This kind of strength was even stronger than Ronin, the one who brought indelible painful memories to their race. It has to be said that the intelligence of these Skrulls was not just a little bit behind. In their hearts, Luonan, the demon-like manipulator, was defeated by Luo Gu. Moreover, it was twice. This once again proved how important it was to understand one's opponent in advance before carrying out certain secret plans that could not be divulged to outsiders. The Okodama Rasengan smashed into the body of the knockoff Hulk. Not only did it completely dispel his thoughts of standing up, but it also made him more intimate with the ground. The green grass had disappeared, and in its place was a large hole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The knockoff Hulk who tried to kill Rog was located in the center of the hole. Although the power of the Okodama Rasengan was very strong, it wasn't enough to kill this super Skrull who transformed into Hulk. However, Rog didn't expect this Okodama Rasengan to be able to deal with this knockoff Hulk. For him, this kind of thing was as simple as breathing. Although casting the Okodama Rasengan required a lot of chakra, right now he didn't lack chakra. When he just crossed over to this world, he yearned for the existence of chakra. And now, with the Rokubi's chakra and the Yonkyubi, he finally felt a little bit of chakra. The reason why Hashirama was able to pacify the chaotic world, in addition to his unreasonable sage body and Mokuton, more importantly, he had chakra in the truest sense. It was also because of this amazing amount of chakra that Hashirama's could catch the Kyubi's Bijidama with his bare hands. It was also because he had Chattanooga that he could use the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating immortal technique, would release, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top. Although Rog has also developed the sage body to a certain extent, there is still a big gap between him and Hashirama's peak state. If he develops his sage body to the limit, coupled with the complete Kyubi, he is confident that he can display a more powerful attack than Hashirama at his peak. However, this beautiful future was still a little far away from him. Putting these fantasies that he couldn't do for the time being, Rog once again displayed the Super Jade Rasengan. There was nothing that the Rasengan couldn't solve. And if there was, then he would use another one. Now Rog intended to once again implement this truth that had been proven countless times. Before the knockoff Hulk, who was lying in the center of the big pit, could get up, the second Super Jade Rasengan had already reached his body. Then another huge explosion resounded throughout the headquarters of the Avengers. Boom. This time, Rog didn't wait for the flying dust to fall to the ground. His right hand once again condensed the Super Jade Rasengan. Then history repeated itself. Boom. After continuously smashing 5 Super Jade Rasengan on the unlucky knockoff Hulk, Rog finally stopped the idea of making Rasengan, and sensed the guy's vital signs. His vitality was not very stable, and his strength was very low. However, he was still alive. Since he didn't die, it didn't affect his next plan. Under the gaze of the Skrulls, Rog slowly walked into the big pit that had expanded to more than 20 meters in diameter. Flying Thor. Without any hesitation, Rog brought the unconscious Hulk, who had changed back to his original appearance, back to the laboratory of Konoha's headquarters. This guy replicated Hulk's ability. The others are the same as before. After instructing Hinata, Rog's figure disappeared again. Although the 3 Super Skrulls were in his hands, the battle in the headquarters wasn't over yet. Although he didn't have much of a plan to fight, as the 4th Hokage of Konoha, he couldn't abandon the members of Konoha who were fighting. This was his duty as the leader of Konoha. When Rog returned to the headquarters of the Avengers, the Skrulls who were in the midst of battle couldn't help but reveal looks of fear. The 3 strongest Super Skrulls among them had all been defeated by Logue, and none of them had been able to hold on for long. From the beginning of the battle to the present, a total of 5 minutes have passed. However, in this short span of 5 minutes, they had lost their 3 most powerful combatants. This kind of thing, not to mention the Skrulls who were at a disadvantage. Even if it happened to Konoha and the Avengers who had the advantage, it would still have a psychological impact on Konoha and the Avengers. The situation is over. Although these Skrulls were still trying to resist the attack of Konoha and the Avengers. However, everyone present, including the onlookers on the other end of the television, could easily see this. After returning to the headquarters, Rog didn't join the battle again. As long as he stood there, it was enough to affect the Skrulls. In addition to Roger, Hulk also closed the 8 inner hidden gates and silently came to Roger's side after dealing with the several counterfeit versions that had been passed off as his own. Hulk didn't have the ability to distinguish between Skrulls. Except for his own Super Skrulls, he couldn't recognize which one was authentic and which one was fake. In order to avoid accidentally injuring the people on his side, he also directly withdrew from the battle. Rog and Hulk's withdrawal didn't have much impact on the battle. It didn't take long for these Super Skrulls who were still stubbornly resisting to have plans to retreat. However, even if they want to leave now, it's too late. Moreover, Rog won't give them a chance to leave. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rog summoned 4 shadow clones that looked exactly like him. Then these 4 shadow clones rushed to the east, west, north and south directions. 4 violet flame formation. When these 4 shadow clones arrived at the predetermined location, they simultaneously cast the 4 violet flame formation. A purple square-shaped barrier rose into the sky, covering the entire headquarters. The 4 violet flame formation is one of the small results of Rog's research in the past 6 months in Konoha's hidden village. He didn't exchange the 4 violet flame formation from the system, but he developed this ninjutsu on his own. Chapter 429. In the beginning, Kuroto planned to develop the 6 red yang formation that was once used by the Jubi's Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito. The 6 red yang formation is more powerful and has a larger range. However, the difficulty of developing the 6 red yang formation is too high to the point that he can't control it. Therefore, he could only take a step back and study the A-rank barrier ninjutsu for Crimson Yang formation, which required 4 Kage-level ninjas to cast. However, reality once again gave him a slap in the face. In the end, he could only start from the lowest level of the 4 purple flame formation. Because this is a research activity that he uses to adjust his life during his training period, he didn't care too much about the level of the 4 purple flame formation, and focused on studying it. However, because the 4 purple flame formation is a ninjutsu that he developed himself, the 4 purple flame formation is different. Therefore, his version of the 4 purple flame formation is slightly different from the one in the system. Regarding the rectangular barrier with the purple transparent flame, the version that he had researched was no different from the version that the system had provided. The only difference is that he added some of the functions of the 4 red yang formation to his 4 purple flame formation. The 4 violet flame formation was mainly used to prevent enemies from the outside world from entering the barrier, so it was mainly used against enemies from the outside world. Although the 4 purple flame formation can also prevent enemies from leaving the barrier, the difficulty of destroying the 4 purple flame formation from the inside is not very high. In order to make up for this, he added some of the functions of the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation to his 4 purple flame formation. The 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation can not only prevent external enemies from entering the barrier, but also prevent enemies from escaping. Although Rog didn't mind the level of the 4 purple flame formation, he couldn't tolerate the disadvantage of the 4 purple flame formation in preventing enemies from escaping. Therefore, he modified his 4 violet flame formation so that it could prevent external enemies from entering and internal enemies from escaping. When the 4 purple flame formation cast by Rog's 4 shadow clones was fully formed, the 4 purple flame formation completely lost the possibility of escape. After doing all this, Kuroto could finally enjoy the final battle of the real and fake superheroes with peace of mind. Perhaps the appearance of the 4 purple flame formation aroused the desperation of the 4 purple flame formation. At the very last moment, the Skrulls managed to gain the upper hand for a short period of time. However, their advantage did not last long before it completely disappeared. After their final counterattack failed, the morale of the Sikru people plummeted, and the fighting strength they displayed also plummeted. It didn't take long for the Skrull soldiers to be defeated. At this time, the obvious gap between Konoha and the Fu once again appeared on the battlefield. All the Skrulls who transformed into Konoha's people, without exception, died. Even if they chose to surrender in the end, they still couldn't avoid the fate of death. But the Avengers were different. Apart from the Skrulls who died on the spot, those who chose to surrender all survived. As long as they put down their weapons and change back to their original appearance, the people of the Avengers will not attack them again, nor will they kill them inhumanely like Konoha. Rog didn't say anything about Daisy and the others' actions. To a certain extent, he even approved of what Daisy and the others had done. To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots. Although Rog did not openly promote this in Konoha, the people of Konoha understood the essence of it very well. After the end of the battle, he directly removed the 4 shadow clones. Without the continuous supply of chakra from the shadow clones, The 4 purple flame formation quickly dissipated in the air. Rog didn't intend to intervene in the matter of cleaning the battlefield. This is the headquarters of the Avengers, it's not his turn to deal with it. As for the Skrulls who were spared by the Avengers, he wasn't particularly worried about their fate. While the Avengers dealt with the surrendered Skrulls, he directly opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters. When all the people of Konoha passed through the portal, Rog, who was walking at the back, turned to Tani and said, "See you in 3 days." After that, he directly passed through the portal and closed it. Hearing Rog's last words, Tani's face showed a wry smile. 3 days later, the voting will be closed. With Tani's understanding of Rog, if he said this sentence, it means that he knows what the voting results will be in 3 days. You should all take a break for a few days, there shouldn't be anything special to deal with, enjoy your vacation. After saying that, Rog returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God, and asked Hinata to inform Dr. Connors to come to his office. In Konoha, only Dr. Connors has enough ability to study the secret of the Super Skrulls. Therefore, this task belongs to none other than him. Although Hinata can also do some research and analysis work, in the field of biological research, she is still not as good as Dr. Connors. A few minutes later, Dr. Connors in a white coat came to his office. "I will give you 3 living Super Skrulls. No matter what method you use, I want to know the secret of these Super Skrulls copying the target's abilities. I will ask Hinata to give you the highest research authority. You can use all the resources in Konoha. If you need other help, you can also apply to Hinata at any time." Just a few minutes ago, Dr. Connors was still watching the live broadcast of the battle at the headquarters of the Avengers in his office. He didn't expect that Rog would arrange such an important task for him just after the battle. "No problem. I will complete the task." After making a solemn promise to Rog, Dr. Connors left the office with a satisfied smile. In fact, in Rog's mind, the most suitable research candidate is not Dr. Connors, but Tani and Dr. Banner. But unfortunately, neither of them will carry out this kind of research. This kind of research is against their conscience. Looking at the departing figure of Dr. Connors, Rog sighed helplessly, and then began to think about what other scientific research talents are hidden outside. Konoha has no shortage of combat power, but at present, Dr. Connors is the only scientific research talent. At this time he once again thought of Orochimaru, the research fanatic. Otherwise, develop in the direction of Orochimaru, and become a ninja who understands science. With more and more alien creatures, Rog appreciated Orochimaru's existence more and more. He can fight, resist, and research. If Orochimaru's paranoid character wasn't so serious, he would definitely be the best choice for the 4th Hokage. Although Rog appreciated Minato very much, this doesn't affect his appreciation of Orochimaru. In his view, Minato and Orochimaru are like 2 sides of a coin. One represents light, and the other represents darkness. Light can warm people's hearts, and darkness can also give people strength. Chapter 430. The Skrull attack on the headquarters of the Avengers became the headline without any suspense. Various media outlets reported this in detail, and even the accidents that had long been decided were dug out one by one. While the outside world was crazily discussing the Skrull incident, Tani frowned as he looked at the constantly changing numbers on the voting website. In his imagination, the UA people should be more supportive of the decision to imprison the Skrulls permanently. However, it turned out that he was wrong. It had been less than 24 hours since the voting started. But the results of the voting had already shown a huge gap. The number of people who voted for the death penalty was much higher than the number of people who voted for the permanent imprisonment. As time passed, the gap between the two continued to increase. How could this be? Could it be that I was wrong? Looking at the huge gap in real-time data, Tani fell into deep thought. While Tani was paying attention to the real-time data, Rog, who was sitting in his office, also opened the voting website. However, unlike the frowning Tani, he did not feel the slightest bit surprised when he saw the polarized data, as if he already knew this result. Although Rog did not live in the UA as long as Tani, compared to Tani, he was more aware of what the ordinary people were thinking. Tani was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, He lived in a superior environment and received the typical elite education in the UA. Growing up in this environment, even if he had the idea of protecting the people and upholding justice, there was a huge gap between him and the ordinary people. The justice he understood was not necessarily the justice that the ordinary people, who had an absolute advantage in numbers, wanted. Moreover, he neglected a very important point. That was, ordinary people were particularly susceptible to the public's emotions. Simply put, it was easy to follow the crowd and lose the ability to think independently and objectively. For example, as long as a victim of the Skrull incident appeared on the internet, this victim could trigger thousands of ordinary people to vote for the death penalty. Compared to the Skrulls who came from other planets, these ordinary people were more willing to show their kindness to their compatriots who had the same appearance. Therefore, the moment Tani agreed to the voting, Rog knew that the Skrulls were doomed. It turned out that his guess was correct. After a simple look at the voting data, Rog closed the website and put on the Kree Empire game helmet. He recently found a game called Chrysaber 7702 in the Kree Empire's console game library. It was a game with a high score of 9 stars on the Kree Empire's game rating website. Compared to the Skrull's ultimate fate, he was more willing to spend his time pleasing himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Roger was engrossed in clearing Chrysaber 7702, he received a call from Tony. "Bring your Special Forces team." Tony's tone was somewhat gloomy. He didn't wait for Rog's reply and directly hung up the phone. The voting for the Skrulls ended yesterday. Although Tony and the Avengers didn't approve of the final result, they could only choose to accept it. 10 minutes later, Rog brought a 6-man Special Forces team to the Avengers headquarters. The Avengers didn't want to personally end the lives of the Skrulls, so this dirty work naturally fell to Konoha. Rog didn't object to this. The Avengers didn't want to be cruel executioners, but Konoha didn't have such concerns. Even if the Avengers didn't say anything, Rog would have taken the initiative to let Konoha execute the Skrulls. Konoha was different from the Avengers. Konoha didn't need any positive reviews. To some extent, Konoha even took the initiative to develop in the direction that people feared. Reputation and positive reviews were just icing on the cake. Only strength was Konoha's true pursuit. Unlike the previous press conference, the execution process of the Skrulls wasn't broadcasted live. However, at the scene of the execution, there were reporters from various media, as well as some witnesses from the government and the people. The scene of the execution was arranged in a prison in New York. The execution time passed very quickly. It only took less than a minute before it was completely over. It wasn't much different from the previous executions. The only difference was that this time, Konoha's Special Forces used the blasters that Rog bought from Xander. Did we really do something wrong? Why don't people want to let these Skrulls go? They are clearly no longer harmful. Tani, who drank half a bottle of whiskey alone, said to Rog with a flushed face. After the execution, Tani didn't return to the Avengers headquarters. Instead, he took Rog to a bar. Moreover, it was a bar under Rog's name. Although Rog didn't live in New York, he still had a lot of businesses in New York. This bar was one of them. Because he didn't care about making money, after arriving at the bar, Rog directly gave the staff a day off and completely cleared the bar, including the staff. Strictly speaking, you didn't do anything wrong. You're just too idealistic. Unlike Tani, who drank glass after glass of whiskey, Rog just tasted it at a normal speed. Idealistic? Haha, do you think the world really needs us now? Tani continued to ask drunkenly. Whether it needs us or not depends on what you think. At least in my opinion, the world still needs us. Rog wasn't as sentimental as Tani. For him, instead of thinking about these problems, it was better to study how to improve his strength. If you feel lost, I suggest you talk to Dr. Banner. He's a good listener. He may be able to give you some good advice. If you ask me, my suggestion is that you can cultivate some hobbies for yourself to adjust your life. For example, I like to play console games. If you want, I can give you the latest console model of the Kree Empire. Rog gave his own suggestion. Kree Empire? There's such a country on Earth? No, it's an alien country, one of the 3 empires in the universe. When Tani heard the word universe, his eyes suddenly lit up. He then pressed on Rog's shoulder and said very seriously, "I want to go to the Carey Empire." Chapter 431. No. Rog refused Tani's proposal without even thinking about it. Although the current timeline has become more and more different from what he remembers, he will never agree to Tani's dangerous request, absolutely not. It is not difficult to send Tani to the Carey Empire. However, it is Tani who is sent out, and it may be Tani Dead Tucker who comes back. Although Tani's Mark series Iron Man armor is very good, it is also from the point of view of Earth technology. If it is really made, there are many civilizations in the universe that can make similar or even stronger armor. To put it simply, Rog doesn't think that Tani has the strength to travel in the universe. Are you rejecting me? For some reason at this time the half-drunk Tani suddenly showed the legendary aura of a domineering president, and said to Rog in a serious tone, "You drank too much. I'll let illusion take you back, and you won't have these thoughts when you wake up." After that, Rog took out the phone and planned to contact Illusion at the Avengers headquarters. However, just as he took out his phone, Tani pressed the button on the watch on his right hand, turning the watch into a mechanical glove. Tani's entire movement is extremely fast, which is completely inconsistent with his current drunken state. When the mechanical glove appeared, Tani decisively grabbed the phone held by Rog. "You want to play fighting in front of me?" Rog was a little stunned. Just when Tani's right hand with the mechanical glove was about to touch his phone, his wrist suddenly turned, and the phone disappeared like magic. "Since you're in such a good mood, I'll play with you." As soon as his voice fell, Rog's right hand grabbed Tani, and he had a close fight with Tani while sitting in a chair. Although his fighting skills were not as good as Rog's, it could be seen that Tani had also put in a lot of effort into fighting. Under Rog's intentional control, Tani, who was wearing the mechanical gloves, managed to withstand dozens of attacks. Then Rog removed the mechanical glove on his right hand. When the mechanical glove was completely removed, Tani finally stopped. "Don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I'm currently researching the anti-Rog armor. When the time comes, I'll definitely be able to defeat you," Tani said, unwilling to admit defeat. Anti-Rog armor? After hearing Tani's self-destruction speech, Rog smiled. He didn't doubt Tani's level of invention at all. However, Tani's anti-series armor had always had a tradition of being dismantled. "Then we'll talk about it after you finish your research. You're really going back." Glancing at the completely empty bottle in front of Tani, Rog decided to send him directly back to the headquarters. However, just as he was about to use quantum teleportation to bring Tani back to the headquarters, a rainbow-like beam of light fell from the sky, directly penetrating the ceiling of the bar, and shrouding Rog and Tani. Asgard's Bifrost. The next second, the Bifrost disappeared. At the same time, Rog and the drunk Tani also disappeared. Asgard in a room in the Golden Palace. "Thor, even if you're looking for me, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Can't you wait for me to send him back?" Rog rubbed his temples and said helplessly to Thor, who was sitting opposite him, "Sorry, I don't know how long you're going to drink. It's urgent, so I can only do this." Thor explained silently, but his explanation was not convincing at all. "Urgent? I don't see what's urgent now." After being forcibly pulled to Asgard by the Bifrost, he didn't see any urgent situation in Asgard. Except for the drunk Tani next to him. Everything here was exactly the same as he remembered. This is a secret about Asgard's royal family, so not many people know about it. I just learned about it today. Thor's face was a little complicated. After hesitating for a few seconds, he continued, "Loki is my brother, you already know this. But you must not know that I have an elder sister, a half-sister. I actually have an elder sister, and she's not adopted like Loki." Since being arranged to deal with government affairs by Odin, Thor has learned what it means to not show his emotions. But now he displayed an extremely incredulous expression. "I know. Odin told me about this," Rog replied with a calm face. "You know? When did you find out?" "Why didn't I know?" Thor asked with a puzzled face. "Odin told me the night of the celebration party, when we came back from Warnerheim. After the celebration party, Odin told Rog about the goddess of death, Hel, so he knew about it from the beginning. Even if Odin didn't say it, as a transmigrator with a good memory, he couldn't forget the existence of the goddess of death. Why didn't you tell me? Thor began to be a little unhappy. In his view, this was Rog betraying their friendship. Odin asked me to keep it a secret. If you have any opinions, you can ask him yourself. After hearing Rog's answer, Thor fell silent. Then he continued in a low tone. What did father tell you? You should be able to say it now. Of course. Then, Rog gave a simple explanation of what happened that night. As the father of Asgard's gods, Odin was an extremely responsible king and father. He knew that he would die sooner or later, and at the same time, he was also worried that after his death, Thor wouldn't have enough ability to deal with the aftermath. So he prepared a backup plan for Thor in advance. Rog was the backup plan that Odin prepared for Thor. In the beginning, Odin actually didn't have such thoughts. In the end, what made him make this decision was the battle between Rog and the sea god Njord. Odin recognized his strength and potential, so he entrusted him with the task in advance. Of course, this entrustment was still in the verbal stage, and the final entrustment had not been signed yet. The content of the entrustment could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be complicated. When the goddess of death escaped, help Thor protect Asgard and ensure that Thor wouldn't be killed by Hela. If possible, don't kill Hela when you stop her and let her live. It had to be said that Odin thought very highly of Rog. At that time, he actually thought that he had the strength to defeat Hela. But in fact, until now, Rog still didn't have absolute confidence that he could defeat Hela. While the goddess of death was not one of the 5 gods of creation, she still possessed unfathomable strength. Chapter 432. The goddess of death, Hela, was the greatest contributor to helping Odin conquer the 9 worlds thousands of years ago. Other than being the first child of Odin, the father of gods, and the first princess of Asgard, Hela was also the executioner of Asgard and the owner of Thor's hammer. The Valkyrie army that Odin had sent out to conquer Hela was completely wiped out by Hela, becoming an army that only existed in legends. Of course, Rog had reservations about the Valkyrie army being completely wiped out. Although he did not see the last Valkyrie on planet Soccer, his instincts told him that Valkyrie did not die in Hela's hands. If Odin had not personally taken away Hela's divine power, Hela would definitely be the strongest person in Asgard after Odin. Although Hela was not a match for Odin back then, she had a terrifying talent that even Odin had a headache over. As long as Hela stepped onto Asgard, her power would increase day by day, endless. It was also because of this that Odin had imprisoned Hela on Earth far away from Asgard, so that she could not use Asgard's strengthening to break the seal. Thousands of years ago, Hela had already possessed such terrifying strength. Now, she would only be stronger than before. However, there was one thing that Rog did not understand at the moment. From Thor's current appearance, Odin should not be dead yet. Since Odin was not dead, it meant that the seal he had set was still there, and Hela was still imprisoned. Odin, is he okay now? After thinking for a few seconds, he asked Thor. Out of respect for Thor and Odin, he used a more tactful method instead of directly asking if Odin was dead. Father shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Seeing the uncontrollable sadness on Thor's face, Rog also fell silent. I'll take you to see father first. After a few minutes of silence, Thor spoke again. Under Thor's lead, Rog came to Odin's bedroom and saw the sleeping Odin lying on the golden bed, wrapped in a layer of golden energy. Other than Odin, Rog also saw another old face here. He did not know if it was Odin's order or Thor's idea, but Loki, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, was also in the room, and stood by Odin's bed. After seeing his arrival, Loki didn't say anything. He just nodded at him. Roger also nodded slightly at Loki, who was silent, as a form of greeting. Then he seriously sized up Odin. From the outside, the current Odin was just sleeping, and there was nothing strange. But as long as he was slightly closer to Odin, he could clearly feel the divine power that was constantly emitting from Odin's body. No, This is not the release of divine power. This is the collapse of divine power. As a ninja who usually released energy attacks in battle, Rog could clearly distinguish the difference between the two. The release of energy was the result of active choice, and the collapse of energy was a sign of uncontrollable energy. For a Heavenly Father-level existence like Odin, the uncontrollable collapse of the energy in his body basically meant that his life had come to an end. Since Mother's death, Father's condition has not been good. A few hours ago, Father's divine power suddenly began to collapse and he fainted. We used all the methods we could, but we only managed to wake Father up a little. After waking up, Father told us about Gila's matter, and then asked us to contact you immediately, saying that there is an agreement between you and Father, and that you know how to deal with all of this. Thor said in a low voice. Let's talk about it outside. Seeing Odin, a Heavenly Father existence, gradually approaching death, made Rog, who had always been pursuing power, suddenly have a feeling of impermanence. After leaving Odin's palace, Thor brought Rog and Loki to the meeting hall where he usually worked. What kind of agreement did Father make with you? You can tell us now. Rog had only briefly explained to Thor what Odin had said to him that night, and did not tell Thor the specific details of the agreement. He was now in a dilemma whether to tell Thor the specific details of the agreement. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, he finally made a decision. Odin hopes that I can help you stop Hela and not let Asgard fall into Hela's hands. If possible, he hopes that we can spare Hela's life after defeating her. Rog told him the details of Odin's agreement. What about the reward? Thor, who had already signed several agreements with Rog, was very clear about Rog's work process and immediately asked. After the mission is completed, other than the Tesseract, I can choose any treasure in the palace treasury. Give me the scroll, I'll sign the agreement for Father. Thor did not think that Rog would lie about something like this, so he immediately extended his right hand to Rog. Forget it. There's no need to sign the scroll this time. Even if I return Odin a favor, if he did not rush to Warnerheim, I might not have been able to survive from Njord's hands. When Odin appeared, he still had some strength left. But in the end, it was really hard to say who won and who lost between him and Njord. Give it to me. I don't want Father to leave with an unfulfilled agreement. When Thor spoke, Rog saw a look of pain on his face that he had never seen before. Now Thor is not so much the regent of Asgard. Thor is more like a big boy who is holding back his grief. Looking at Saul's slightly trembling right hand, Rog didn't say anything else. He directly summoned a commission scroll that he hadn't used before. After receiving the commission scroll from Rog, Thor did not hesitate and directly picked up the pen and wrote on the scroll. Soon, a new commission appeared on the system's commission page. Commission content. Help Thor and Loki stop Hela from taking Asgard. Commission status. Not completed. Commission reward, 350 ninja coins. This commission that should have been signed by Odin eventually became Thor's commission. Because it involves the goddess of death, Thor's commission passed the system's judgment without any suspense, and the system gave the highest commission reward so far. The last commission to rescue Hulk, the system gave a reward of 300 ninja coins. This time, the system directly broke the record of the highest reward. I accept the commission. In fact, regardless of whether the system passed the judgment or not, he would have accepted this commission. Passing the judgment only allowed him to get a higher return. Chapter 433. Although the reward of 350 ninja coins broke the highest record, what really caught Rog's attention was not the reward of ninja coins, but the description and the content of the commission. Records like this, as long as he continues to accept commissions, sooner or later it will be refreshed. The difference is just sooner or later. What attracted his attention now was Loki's name in the commission. Loki, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, appeared in Odin's bedroom and accompanied Odin's bed. And now, Saul had added Loki's name to the list of requests. This also means that Thor really forgave Loki. If Queen Freya didn't die, she would be very relieved to see this scene. After throwing the commission scroll that had completed the mission back into the summon scroll, Rog took a deep breath and directly entered the work state. Now let's sort out the current situation. First of all, I want to know, is there anyone who knows whether Gila has escaped or not? Gila's current situation is directly related to their next plan. If Gila has escaped, it means that they have completely lost the initiative. After hearing Rog's question, Thor and Loki shook their heads silently. Very good, they know nothing about the enemy's whereabouts. Then do you know the specific location where Odin imprisoned Gila, such as the specific location of the seal's exit? I only know the approximate location of the seal is in Norway. Rog continued to ask. Then Sol and Loki shook their heads at the same time. This is work, I can't be angry, I must not be angry. Then can you tell me, in addition to what I already know, do you have any other information about Gila? Rog controlled his emotions and asked again. Then he saw Thor and Loki shake their heads tacitly. Good job. At this moment, Rog began to doubt whether Thor and Loki really want to protect Asgard. As a ninja with good professional ethics, he knows that at this time, he must control his temper, especially now that the commission has just been signed. It's alright, we'll do it step by step. Let's first determine the current state of the seal. If Gila hasn't escaped, we'll think of a way to strengthen the seal. Although the success rate is very low, it's still worth a try. The seal that imprisoned Gila was personally placed by Odin, the Heavenly Father. In terms of strength, they had not reached the level of Heavenly Fathers, so it was unlikely that they could repair or even lay down a seal that was on par with Odin's. However, Rog knew another Heavenly Father-level existence. Supreme Wizard Ancient One. As long as Ancient One is willing to make a move, it would not be difficult to make a seal similar to Odin's. I can go to Earth to confirm it. After discovering that they could go to Earth, Loki stood up and said righteously, No, you can't. You are on Kamartaj's blacklist. You are an unwelcome guest. You will only cause more trouble if you go. Although Thor had forgiven Loki, Rog had always been on guard against him. The name of the god of trickery was not for nothing. If he let Loki check the seal, Rog was afraid that he would see him in Gila's camp. Let me go to the seal. I happen to know some top people in the field of magic. I can find the specific location of the seal as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Rog decided to make a trip himself. I will ask Heimdall to pay more attention to the situation of the nearby star fields and the 9 worlds to prevent Gila from secretly entering Asgard. After Rog finished speaking, Thor immediately said, Gila was very strong, otherwise Odin would not have helped Thor prepare a backup plan in advance. In order to prevent the already troublesome Gila from becoming even more troublesome, it was necessary to prevent her from setting foot on Asgard as much as possible. If Gila secretly entered Asgard and cultivated for a period of time, even if the 3 of them were tied together, they might not be Gila's opponent. Of course, with Gila's arrogant personality, she might not choose to sneak in secretly. Thousands of years ago, Gila dared to fight Odin head-on. After knowing that Odin was about to die, she would be even more unscrupulous. Loki, go to the royal library and see if you can find any records about Gila. I want to know what Gila did back then. Thor did not forget to arrange a mission for Loki. This was also hinting that Loki should not have any thoughts of leaving Asgard. You are the regent. You have the final say. As long as Thor did not inherit the throne, he could not be considered the king of Asgard. Furthermore, Loki might not give up his desire for the throne. Then let's split up first. If anything happens, let Heimdall contact me at any time. After saying that, Rog opened the portal connected to Kamartaj and left Asgard. He didn't know why, but when he set foot on the land of Kamartaj, he suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, this doubt was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. It shouldn't be anything particularly important, so it's fine to forget it. In the reception hall, Rog saw the long-lost Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Teacher. In front of Ancient One, Rog said respectfully. In front of others he may appear very strong, but Ancient One is definitely not one of them. What's the trouble? Ancient One, who was making tea, looked up at Rog and asked in a calm tone. Teacher, you should know the father of all gods, Odin, right? He had a rebellious eldest daughter, and in order to discipline her, He sealed his eldest daughter somewhere in Norway. Odin's divine power has already begun to dissipate. I hope that teacher can help find the seal he left behind in Norway. Originally, I shouldn't bother you with this matter, but as you know, I only know a few spells, so, after taking the tea that Ancient One had just brewed, Rog quickly said the purpose of his visit. You're talking about the goddess of death, Hela. You're late, she left Earth an hour ago. After hearing Ancient One's words, Rog almost spat out the tea in his mouth. How can it be so coincidental? No, how can Ancient One let Hela go so easily? Even Loki can be on Kamartaj's blacklist. Now that the goddess of death is free, how can Kamartaj still be so calm? This is not Kamartaj. Teacher, do you know where she went? Rog asked unwillingly. Kamartaj won't intervene in things outside Earth. You should know that. Ancient One took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and said calmly, well, this is really Kamartaj's style. As long as Hela doesn't make waves on Earth, Ancient One won't do anything to her. Chapter 434. Jotunheim, the Kingdom of the Frost Giants. On the deathly silent ice field, a figure was slowly moving forward in the freezing cold wind. This person in black and green tight clothes was none other than the goddess of death, Hel, who had just gotten rid of Odin's seal. After getting rid of the seal, Hel did not return directly to Asgard, but through a secret space channel hidden on Earth. She came to Jotunheim, the hometown of the Frost Giants. Although Hel got rid of Odin's seal and regained her freedom, but the seal imposed by the Heavenly Father-level existence was not so easy to break. In order to leave the cage that had imprisoned her for thousands of years, she almost consumed all the death power in her body. She knew that Odin was not really dead yet, and she also knew that her current state was not suitable for returning to Asgard. So she came to Jotunheim, planning to restore some strength here, and then return to Asgard that she had been dreaming of for thousands of years. In the beginning, going to Jotunheim was not in her plan. However, the moment she successfully broke through the seal, she saw a bald woman in an orange-yellow mage robe. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. As soon as Hel, the goddess of death, escaped, she met Ancient One, who was at the Heavenly Father level like Odin. Under the friendly advice of Ancient One, Hel decisively gave up the idea of restoring her strength on Earth, and left Earth for the first time. The ubiquitous cold wind continued to blow towards Hel, who was slowly moving forward, blowing her slightly messy long black hair. Because of excessive consumption of divine power, the clothes on her body, which were like tight clothes, were torn everywhere, revealing the white skin under the clothes. In terms of age, Hel, who had lived for nearly 3,000 years, was an old woman. But in terms of appearance, Hel was no different from a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much of a difference. At least, the innate aura of a queen on Hel was not something that ordinary people could have. Under the cold wind, Hel walked step by step towards the end of the ice field. Although she was not a frost giant, the cold wind, which was tens of degrees below zero, did not affect her at all. It even made her feel a little warm. Compared with the underworld, where she was imprisoned, the harsh environment of Jotunheim was no different from a beautiful paradise. Hela was going to meet an old friend who had once submitted to Asgard. Frost giant Laufey. Back then, when she was fighting with Odin in the Nine Worlds, Hela had dealt with Laufey quite a bit. In her memory, Laufey was one of the few frost giants with developed limbs who had enough intelligence. However, when she dealt with Laufey was not the frost giant king yet. At that time, the one sitting on the throne was Laufey's father. But at this moment, she would never have thought that Laufey had died in the hands of her own son a few years ago. When Hela, who was wearing thin and tattered clothes, continued to move forward on the ice plains, a few storm giants hiding in the cold wind noticed her. Although Jotunheim was the kingdom of the frost giants, there were also storm giants, mountain giants, and other giants here. However, the frost giants had the absolute advantage, so Jotunheim became the kingdom of the frost giants. These storm giants hiding in the cold wind immediately noticed Hela's existence, and confirmed her identity as a member of the Asgard god race. Whether it was the frost giants or the storm giants, They did not have a good impression of the Asgard god race. Therefore, these storm giants decisively chose to attack, intending to have a taste of the Asgard god race. However, these storm giants would never have thought that Hela, who seemed extremely weak to them, actually had strength far beyond their imagination. Just as they appeared and were about to say a few harsh words to Hela while enjoying the look of fear on her face, Hela slowly raised her right hand, and a ghostly green flame filled with the power of death appeared in her palm. Before these storm giants could react, the green flames in Hela's hands had already appeared in front of them, and started to burn their invisible storm bodies. In just a short 1 or 2 seconds, the dark green flame burned the storm giants' bodies to ashes. Under the entanglement of the dark green flame, 3 irregular green crystal-like crystals floated to Hela's right hand. Without hesitation, Hela directly crushed the green crystal in her hand, and absorbed the soul energy contained in it into her body. With the influx of soul energy, the hole in Hela's clothes was rapidly repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the soul energy of the 3 storm giants only repaired the smallest hole in Hela's clothes. After doing all this, Hela continued to walk into the distance. The soul energy of the 3 storm giants could only restore this insignificant amount of strength to Hela, who was only half a step away from the Divine Father level. However, she did not care too much about this. Although Jotunheim was a barren country where not even a blade of grass grew, there were an astonishing number of frost giants here. With these frost giants, she did not have to worry about recovering her strength at all. After learning the news of Hela's escape from Ancient One, Rog did not stay in Kamartaj for too long, and directly used teleportation magic to return to Asgard. When he returned to the magnificent Golden Palace again, he finally remembered what he had just forgotten. Tani. The drunk Tani had just been forgotten in the Golden Palace. However, this matter was quickly resolved perfectly, and even Tani himself did not notice. Under Saul's arrangement, the drunk Tony was brought to an extremely luxurious room by a few pretty maids with good temperament and appearance. As for what would happen next, Rog was not very concerned. Having lived in Asgard for a period of time, he was very relieved to leave Tani to these professional maids. Hela has escaped, and she has also left Earth. In the meeting hall where Thor usually worked, Rog told him the news he had received. I will let Heimdall do his best to find Hela's whereabouts, but now, I have a small matter here that I need your help to deal with. After that, Thor handed a top-secret letter that had just been opened to Rog. Although the wax seal on the letter had already been opened, he could still recognize the pattern on the wax seal at a glance. After all, in the process of going to Warnerheim, he had received many similar letters. Chapter 435. This was an urgent confidential military document from Warnerheim's frontline camp. The content was very simple. There was only one sentence. Half an hour ago, Warner Protoss attacked 3 frontline camps at the same time. After reading the contents of the document, Rog frowned slightly. This wasn't right, it was very wrong. It had only been a few years since the last war. If Warner Protoss didn't know something, they definitely wouldn't start another war at this time. And the timing couldn't be so coincidental. It seems that Asgard's confidentiality needs to be strengthened. After handing the letter back to Thor, Rog said quietly, I've already blocked the news as soon as possible, but it's impossible to completely hide the fact that Father's divine power has dissipated. As long as you have enough strength and are familiar with Father's divine power, you can detect this. As Asgard's archenemy, Warner Protoss didn't lack such people. Ocean god Njord and Gulwig both had this ability. From the looks of it, you want me to go to Vanaheim. If it wasn't for him going, Thor wouldn't have shown him the document. At this time, I can't leave Asgard. It's not a problem to let Loki be the commander in the rear, but he's not strong enough. He can't compete with the strong Warner Protoss. You fought with Warner Protoss before, and the soldiers in the camp also recognize you. Even if Ocean god Njord personally makes a move, you're strong enough to compete with him. Thor quickly explained. Although Asgard was a martial artist, there were very few people who could cultivate to Rog's level. Besides himself, Thor couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Rog. It's not a problem to let me go to Warnerheim. But I want to know, what's your psychological bottom line this time? When he only had the second last chakra, he dared to fight ocean god Njord one-on-one. Now that he had the six-tailed chakra and young nine-tailed, he was even less afraid of Njord. There's no bottom line. Thor's answer was simple, but Rog could hear the uncontrollable killing intent in his answer. Odin's divine power had just begun to dissipate, and Warner Protoss couldn't help but start a war again. This was a naked provocation. In this situation, if Thor still tried to solve the problem with mercy, then he wouldn't be worthy of inheriting Asgard's throne. A qualified monarch must have a benevolent heart, but that also depended on the time. Blindly paying attention to benevolence was not the ruler of a country, but a brainless saint. All right, I'll help you with this. If Thor asked him to spare the lives of Warner Protoss soldiers as much as possible like last time, then he definitely wouldn't accept Thor's request this time. The mission he accepted was only to stop Hela from seizing Asgard, not to help Asgard maintain his rule. More importantly, he didn't want to be friends with a coward who couldn't see the situation clearly. If you need any help, you can tell Sif. I'll let her go with you. Thor continued. No need, I'll go alone. Rog directly rejected Thor's suggestion of arranging helpers for him. By the way, if you really want to help me, arrange a comfortable trip for Tani to Asgard and fulfill his wish of traveling to outer space. After saying that, he left the meeting hall without looking back and used quantum teleportation to arrive at the Bifrost Hall. I'm going to Warnerheim's camp, the one with the most intense battle right now. According to the secret report, Warner Protoss had only started attacking the camp half an hour ago. As long as the Asgard garrison in the camp wasn't too trashy, the camp shouldn't have been completely overrun yet. Okay. Heimdall didn't hesitate, and directly inserted the Guardian sword in his hand into the console in the middle of the hall. Then the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge shone with a gorgeous rainbow light. The next second, Rog, who was standing at the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge, disappeared and followed the teleportation beam to Warnerheim. The teleportation process didn't take too long. In less than a minute, Rog and the Bifrost Bridge arrived at Warnerheim. When the brilliant light disappeared, he saw a bustling campsite. Looking at the camp full of corpses, arrows, and energy beams flying everywhere, Rog remembered the scene when he first came to Warnerheim. At that time, a similar scene appeared in front of him. But that time he didn't come through the Bifrost Bridge, and he didn't come alone. At that time he had Thor, the three warriors of Sengoku, and an entire Asgard army by his side. But now he was alone. When the Bifrost Bridge arrived at the camp, whether it was the soldiers of Asgard or the soldiers of Warner Protoss, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the Bifrost Bridge. Then they saw Rog alone. Only one person? After seeing this scene, the soldiers of Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss had the same question in their minds. Then, they saw an even more incomprehensible scene. They saw Rog psychically summon the Yondaime Hokage's Haori and the Thor Kunai, and then he put them on as if he didn't see the fierce battle around him. The last time he came, he wore Madara's armor and imitated Madara's battle. This time he planned to imitate the Yondaime Hokage Minato. When he completely put on the Haori and the Kunai, the closest soldiers of Warner Protoss tried to attack him. People who can teleport through the Bifrost Bridge at this time are definitely not weak. Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss were very clear about this. Just when the Warner Protoss soldier took the first step, Rog suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. Body flicker technique. In just a moment, Rog came in front of the soldiers of Warner Protoss, holding the Thor Kunai in his right hand, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, cutting their throats. Chi. Without any suspense, the Thor Kunai pierced their throats like piercing a piece of white paper. The soldiers of Warner Protoss didn't realize what happened at all. The only thing they felt was the severe pain from their throats. Without waiting for the soldiers of Warner Protoss to fall to the ground, Rog threw the bloody Thor Kunai. The flying thunder god Kunai, which seemed to be thrown out casually, hit the forehead of a Vanna warrior with great precision. After doing all this, his figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was holding two clean flying thunder god Kunai in his hands. Chapter 436. Although he intended to imitate Minato, Rog didn't throw out all the flying Thor kunai at the beginning of the battle like Minato did. He didn't have as many flying Thor kunai as Minato did. In addition to the 9 flying Thor kunai made of vibranium that were enchanted by Odin, he only prepared 30 ordinary flying Thor kunai. If he wants to use these 39 flying Thor kunai to cover the enemy in the entire camp, he needs to calculate the landing point of each flying Thor kunai. So before throwing out the flying Thor kunai, he doesn't mind using these kunai to deal with some enemies. Rog appeared again like a ghost, and the flying Thor kunai in his hands once again crossed the necks of several Warner Protoss soldiers. Then just like before, he threw out the flying Thor kunai in his hands. His throwing skills are comparable to a real Uchiha, so he doesn't need to worry about the landing point of the flying Thor kunai. After he once again killed several Warner Protoss soldiers, the Asgard soldiers who have been paying attention to him finally remembered something. Rog. He's Rog. In the last war, although he didn't hold any role as a commander, his achievements were more dazzling than any other commander. Even Thor, who was the commander, couldn't be compared with him at that time. At that time, Rog changed Asgard and Warnerheim's view of the Earthlings with his own strength. He let these arrogant Protoss see the strength of the Earthlings. At this time, after witnessing Rog's incredible killing efficiency, these Asgard soldiers finally remembered his identity. When the first Asgard soldier excitedly shouted out Rog's name, one after another, eyes gathered on him. Some of these gazes were from Asgard warriors, while others were from Warner Protoss warriors. At this moment, they finally understood why the Bifrost only sent one person over. This was because Rog alone was enough to contend against an entire army. Rog noticed the gazes of these people, but he didn't take it to heart and didn't stop what he was doing. Flying Thor kunai were pulled out by him, and Warner Protoss warriors were killed by him one after another. It didn't take long for him to throw out all 39 flying Thunder God kunai he had on him. When he threw out these flying Thor kunais, over 100 Warner Protoss were killed by him. After finishing this simple preparation work, he sensed the flying Thor kunai in every corner of the camp, and his expression became extremely serious. When Minato first used this tactic, he killed 50 Jonin from the Rock Village at once, thoroughly establishing his high status as a Golden Flash can directly give up the mission without being punished. So Rog also wanted to know how many Warner Protoss warriors he could kill by using the same tactic. At this time, there were more than 1,000 Warner Protoss warriors in the camp. If his operation was subtle enough, he could break Minato's record by a large margin. Looking at Rog, who suddenly stopped, Asgard warriors and Warner Protoss warriors couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although they didn't know why Rog stopped, their intuition told them that Rog was preparing to use a powerful killing move. If not necessary, try to stay away from the area where the high-level combatants are. This was the knowledge they learned in the first class of combat training, and it was also the lesson they learned with blood and tears on the battlefield. Just when they were thinking about what kind of killing move Rog was going to use, Rog's figure disappeared from their eyes again. Wasn't it a powerful killing move? Just as these Asgardian warriors showed a trace of disappointment, they suddenly found that the warriors of the Vannas, who had been attacking them frantically, fell to the ground one by one, as if they had been hit by a fatal curse at the same time, and lost their lives one after another. What's going on? Before these Asgard warriors could react, the Warner Protoss warriors near them became motionless corpses. In addition to those Warner Protoss warriors who temporarily withdrew from the camp because of injuries, all the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp lined up to report to the Grim Reaper in less than a minute. The clamorous battle cries suddenly stopped, and the entire campsite suddenly became incomparably quiet. It was so quiet that it was like a ghost town without any life. Until now, these Asgard warriors still didn't know what was going on. The only scene they saw was these Warner Protoss warriors falling down one by one. Finally, these Asgard warriors saw Rog's figure in the area with the most corpses. Rog, wearing the 4th Hokage Haori, stood motionless in the middle of the corpses, his right hand holding a flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Around him, there were Warner Protoss warriors who were still alive and kicking a few seconds ago. A breeze gently blew through the camp, slightly blowing away the bloody smell that filled the whole camp, and blew up Rog's Haori. 45 seconds. 1,106 people. This was the final result Rog achieved by imitating Minato. In order to achieve this result, he performed more than 800 flying Thor moves, consuming more than half of his chakra. This was the craziest use of the flying Thor since he mastered it. Although he had previously killed 400 people in 10 seconds, he still had the record of killing 400 people. But at that time he and his 32 doppelgangers had worked together to accomplish the feat, but this time he was alone. After this crazy killing, he finally understood why Minato only used this tactic once in his life. In addition to the environmental reasons, more importantly, although this tactic looks extremely overbearing, it's not cost-effective. Yes, it's not cost-effective. Consuming more chakra than the Sambai, and only killing more than 1,000 enemies, it's not worth it. If it wasn't for imitating Minato, he could have used more efficient and labor-saving tactics. For example, releasing several large-scale ninjutsu to directly clear the battlefield. After calming down a little bit, the chakra still boiling in his body, he used quantum transmission to the nearest Asgard warrior, and raised the flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Ask your commander to arrange for people to collect this weapon from the battlefield, wash it, and send it to your commander's residence. The commander, he died. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Asgard warrior replied with a trembling voice, "Then from now on, you are the commander of this camp." After saying that, Rog left without looking back and walked toward the largest barracks in the camp. The largest barracks in the camp is the commander's residence. This is a general rule in the Asgard army. Chapter 437. Asgard has a total of 23 camps in Warnerheim. Camps are divided into 3 levels according to the number of troops stationed and the area under their jurisdiction. The campsite that Log was in right now was one of the lowest leveled campsites. Among the 23 camps, half of them are level 1 camps with about 1,000 troops stationed there. Level 2 camps have about 2,000 to 3,000 troops stationed there. And the highest level 3 camp is in Warnerheim. There are a total of 3 camps, each of which has more than 5,000 Asgard soldiers. The 3 camps that were attacked this time are 3 level 1 camps, 12 level 1 camps, 8 level 2 camps, and 3 level 3 camps, a total of more than 40,000 soldiers. After the last war, Asgard didn't increase the number of camps in Warnerheim. They just made up the number of soldiers in the camps, which is considered to be giving face to Warner Protoss. Of course, Asgard didn't forget about the war reparations and the loss of personnel. After arriving at the commander's residence, Rog directly found Asgard's camp distribution map and found the location of the other 2 camps. After confirming the location, he once again used quantum teleportation. Another camp that was attacked, Boulder Camp. "Captain, haven't the Golden Palace and the other camp's reinforcements arrived yet?" A young Asgard soldier who looked like he just reached adulthood asked the captain next to him. "They will come, the reinforcements will definitely come." While answering, the brawny man with a huge scar on his face used the giant axe in his hand to cut down a Warner Protoss soldier, who tried to step forward. "Bring it on, you Vanir bastards. My axe is thirsting for blood." After cutting down a Warner Protoss soldier, the brawny captain shouted at the Warner Protoss soldiers in the distance. "Captain, you should stop shouting. If you shout a few more times, our defense line won't be able to hold on." "Bell, how many times have I told you? You have to show the dominance of the Asgard when facing these Vanir bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, the brawny man with the giant axe took the initiative to rush out. Like a crazy brown bear, he wantonly attacked the surrounding Warner Protoss warriors. Just as the young warrior named Bell was about to rush out with the captain, a brilliant aurora-like light appeared in front of him, stopping him from trying to rush out of the defensive line. When the brilliant light dissipated, Bale saw a person he had only seen in videos and posters. Rog. He was Rog. Unlike the Asgard warriors from the previous camp, Bale recognized Rog at a glance. His face was filled with excitement, as if he had met his idol. In a sense, Rog was Bale's idol. In the last war, Bale wasn't part of the Warnerheim garrison, nor was he a member of the Asgard reinforcements. However, after he learned that there was an Earthling named Rog who shone in the battlefield of Warnerheim, he began to pay attention to Rog. At first, he was like the other Asgard people, not believing the battle reports from the front line. But as Rog's battle records increased, he began to collect information about Rog. Through some channels, he bought magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles. Even now, he could still remember clearly how excited he was when he saw Rog fighting the 3 Storm brothers alone and successfully killing them. At that moment, it was as if he saw a living heroic spirit walking out of the Hall of Valhalla, a glorious warrior forever remembered in the glorious history of Asgard. From that day onwards, he became a fanatical fan of Rog. He collected all the magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles that he could find. He even hung a huge poster that was more than 2 meters long in his room. In order to get closer to his idol, he even took the initiative to apply for a transfer from the city defense to the Warnerheim garrison. Although he knew that Rog might never appear on the battlefield of Warnerheim again, this didn't affect his determination to follow in Rog's footsteps. Since he came to Warnerheim, he would go to the places where Rog fought whenever he had a holiday to see the traces left behind by Rog's battles with his own eyes. And now he finally saw his idol. After teleporting to Camp Boulder, Rog wanted to directly join the battle and quickly finish off the Warner Protoss soldiers attacking the camp. But when he felt Bel's strange gaze on him, he turned around with a puzzled expression. At first, he thought it was someone he had dealt with before looking at him. Then he saw the unfamiliar young face of Bale, and the eyes that were not unfamiliar to him. This guy, is he my fan? He had seen Bale's eyes on a lot of young fangirls. Those fanatical fans showed the same look when they saw their idols. He just glanced at Bale, then withdrew his gaze and observed the situation on the battlefield. Compared to the previous camp, Camp Boulder's situation was obviously much better. Not only did Camp Boulder's defense not break, but they were also evenly matched with the Warner Protoss army, which had twice as many soldiers. In terms of individual combat power, Asgard's soldiers were stronger than Warner Protoss's soldiers. This was one of the main reasons why Asgard didn't increase the number of troops stationed in Warnerheim. However, this wasn't the only reason why Camp Boulder's defense hadn't been broken. The reason why Camp Boulder's results were so different was because of the command of the camp's commander. They were both level 1 camps, and Camp Boulder faced more enemies, but the combat power they displayed was completely different. After a few seconds of observation, Rog had a plan. He didn't need to kill these Warner Protoss soldiers alone, he just needed to give Camp Boulder's garrison a chance to counterattack, and Camp Boulder would be able to defeat the enemy. After discovering this, he didn't hesitate and cast a high-level ninjutsu that could change the terrain. Would release Tree World Descent. He clasped his hands together, and chakra in his body quickly operated, and huge trees that needed several people to wrap their arms around came out of the ground. After a few seconds, a lush forest several times bigger than Camp Boulder was born, shrouding the entire battlefield. Asgard soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers didn't know the name of this ninjutsu, but they weren't unfamiliar with this ninjutsu. Back when he was fighting the god of the ocean, Niold, Rog had used Tree Realm Descent in his Sage mode. But at that time, he used Sage mode. Would release Tree World Descent. Asgard soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers couldn't tell the difference between would release and would release, but they knew that this move belonged to Rog, the same Rog who once injured Njord. When the lush forest created by Tree World Descent descended, Camp Boulder's commander didn't hesitate and directly ordered the entire army to counterattack. If he couldn't even seize such an obvious opportunity to counterattack, he wouldn't have been able to rely on his own command to defend the camp so well. All troops attack. The high and majestic horn sounded, and Asgard soldiers who had been suppressing their anger rushed out of the camp like a pack of wolves. Chapter 438. Rog's Tree World Descent completely changed the situation on the battlefield. At this time, Asgard soldiers turned into deadly hunters, crazily chasing after the Warner Protoss soldiers in the unreasonably lush forest. After using Tree World Descent, Rog didn't immediately choose to leave. Instead, he manipulated the trees in the forest, turning the forest into a hell that the Warner Protoss soldiers could never escape from. Relying on the huge advantage provided by tree world descent, Asgard's soldiers erupted with strength far beyond their usual, directly pushing the battle into a one-sided situation. When most of Asgard's soldiers crazily rushed into the forest, continuously reaping the lives of the Warner Protoss soldiers, Rog's fanatic Bel still stayed in place. Looking at Rog, who was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, Bel suddenly had an idea in his mind. I have to go up and say hello to him. I have to say something to him face to face. After barely suppressing the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, Bel put away the long sword in his hand and walked step by step toward Rog. Although Rog's main focus was on controlling the trees, he still immediately noticed Bel's action. What does this guy want to do? Just when he was thinking about whether to distance himself from this somewhat abnormal fan, Bel with a nervous expression came in front of him and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Rog, hello. I'm a sword and shield soldier from the 27th Squad of the Boulder Camp. My name is Bel." Looking at the nervous young sword and shield soldier, Rog slightly frowned. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your mission now should be to chase after the enemy, not to come and say hello to me. Do you understand, soldier?" If it was any other time, he wouldn't mind taking a photo or saying hello to his fan. But now it was obviously not the time to do these things. Bale never thought that he would receive such a reply. Although Rog didn't say it explicitly, there was only one meaning in his words, and that was Bel didn't listen to orders and left his post without permission. For a warrior, this was a very serious accusation. If strictly pursued, this could even send Bale directly to the military court. "Lord Rog, I'm not," Bel wanted to explain, but when he saw the increasingly impatient expression on Rog's face, he finally chose to shut up and lowered his head. In the end, Bale, who was hit by reality, turned around with a lonely face and ran towards the forest. "Live well, don't die in Warnerheim," Rog said silently as he looked at Bale, who was obviously not in his right state of mind. He didn't reject young people chasing stars, but he didn't like young people chasing stars regardless of the occasion. Although he was dissatisfied with Bale's untimely behavior, he didn't want to see a young man like Bale die in the forest, so he silently reminded him. After hearing the voice behind him, Bale suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, his lonely mood was replaced by excitement as he ran towards the forest. Bale's sudden episode didn't affect Rog's control of the world of trees. More than 10 minutes later, most of the Warner Protoss soldiers who attacked Camp Boulder were forever left in the forest and became nutrients for the growth of the forest. When the battle at Camp Boulder came to an end, Rog didn't stop and began to rush to the next camp. A brilliant aurora-like light flashed on his body, and in the next second his figure disappeared with the light. The third camp to be attacked was a camp called Fong. Unlike Camp Maple and Camp Boulder, which were located near the forest and plains, Fong was located on a mountain peak that looked like a beast's fong. It was because of this mountain peak that the camp had the name Fong. Camp Maple was the first camp Rog went to, and it was also the most intense camp with the most losses. Because of the death of the commander, Camp Maple didn't organize an effective defense, and nearly half of the soldiers died at the hands of Warner Protoss soldiers. The situation at Camp Boulder was completely different from Camp Maple. When he used quantum transmission to leave Camp Boulder, Rog slightly sensed the number of soldiers left in Camp Boulder. More than 800 people. Even in the face of twice the number of enemies, Camp Boulder only lost less than 200 people. At the cost of less than 200 deaths, almost all of the invading Warner Protoss soldiers were wiped out. This was a glorious record. Although this exaggerated loss ratio had a lot to do with Rog's world of trees. But no matter what, it couldn't be denied that Camp Boulder's commander's exquisite command and the strength of the camp soldiers. Among the 3 attacked camps, the situation at Fong was neither good nor bad. The sharp Fong camp's defensive line was not completely breached like the Maple Leaf camps, nor was it completely defended like the Boulder camps. Unlike the last teleportation, Rog didn't teleport directly to the K9 camp this time. Instead, he was teleported to a 20-meter-tall tree near the camp. He hung upside down on a 10-centimeter thick branch like a bat. After observing the situation in the camp from above, he quickly came up with a plan. In fact, this wasn't a plan, It was just a decision on which ninjutsu to use. Camp Maple suffered the most losses, and what they needed was him to turn the tide and directly defeat the invading enemy. And Camp Boulder, who was in the best situation, needed him to provide a perfect opportunity to counterattack and create an opportunity for Camp Boulder to take the initiative. As for Fong Camp, the help they needed was very simple, and that was to help them make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Although Asgard's soldiers were better than Warner Protoss's soldiers in terms of individual combat power, their strength hadn't reached the level where they could directly ignore the advantage in numbers. Since Fong Camp needed help in numbers, Rog, as the reinforcements, would naturally fulfill their wish. Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly raised his hands and imitated Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu, forming a seal. For him, who can cast ninjutsu without seals, forming seals or not doesn't affect his release of ninjutsu. But sometimes he will release ninjutsu through hand seals like a real ninja. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Chanting in his heart, Rog's chakra ran wildly. In the next second, thousands of white smoke appeared out of thin air near the camp. When the smoke dissipated, rogues who were either standing or squatting appeared on the battlefield one after another. Multiple shadow clone jutsu and shadow clone jutsu have no difference in principle. As long as the caster has enough chakra, he can create thousands of shadow clones at once. Chapter 439. What kind of experience would it be to suddenly see thousands of people who looked exactly the same in a stalemate on the battlefield? A lot of people wouldn't be able to answer this question. After all, twins were common, but thousands of people who looked exactly the same weren't easy to find. At this time, the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors who attacked the camp had the qualifications to answer this question. An incomprehensible miracle. Whether it was the warriors of Asgard or the warriors of the Vanir gods, after seeing these thousands of shadow clones, the same or similar thought came to their minds. Just as the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors were looking at these shadow clones in disbelief, these shadow clones tacitly attacked at the same time. When the shadow clones attacked the Warner Protoss warriors who obviously hadn't reacted yet, Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly used the body flicker technique. In the next second, he was hanging upside down on another branch. Standing in a normal posture, he silently observed the battle around him. Gathering chakra at his feet allowed him to hang upside down on the branch like a bat, but chakra couldn't change gravity, so hanging upside down for a long time would cause blood to rush to the brain. At first, the Asgard warriors in the camp didn't understand what was going on. But when they saw that the shadow clones only attacked the Warner Protoss warriors and didn't attack them, they instantly reacted. Reinforcements. These are reinforcements. Although these reinforcements were completely different from what they imagined, but no matter what, these thousands of shadow clones were genuine reinforcements. With the addition of the shadow clones, the stalemate situation quickly lost its balance, and the scales of victory quickly tilted towards Asgard's side. Although the shadow clones didn't have strong resistance, as long as they were hit by a sword, they would turn into smoke and disappear. But it wasn't easy to hit these shadow clones. These shadow clones not only had all of Rog's fighting skills, but they could also use ninjutsu like him. Except for the fact that they couldn't use Kekkei Genkai, and those spells and abilities that didn't belong to the ninjutsu system. These shadow clones weren't much different from Rog himself. The only difference was that their resistance was weakened to the extreme. When these shadow clones joined the battle came to an end at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, all the Warner Protoss warriors who came to attack fell on this Fong-like mountain peak. When the last Warner Protoss warrior fell down with a face of disbelief, Rog removed most of the shadow clones, leaving only one. However, the remaining shadow clone didn't stay in the camp for too long. It used Flying Thunder God to return to Maple Leaf Camp where it first started. Rog didn't forget that his 38 Flying Thor Kunai were still in the camp. Southeast of the Fong camp, in a temporary camp more than 60 kilometers away. Is there still no news from the troops that attacked the Maple Leaf, Boulder and Fong camps? In the commander's tent, Victigny, wearing a pale golden armor, said in a dissatisfied tone. More than half an hour has passed since the agreed time of attack. According to normal circumstances, the 3 vanguard troops should have already sent back the battle report. Sir, we haven't received the battle report from the vanguard troops yet. More than 10 minutes ago, the signal soldier that attacked the boulder camp sent back an incomplete report. This is all the content of the report. After that, the commander, who was at least twice as old as Vigtigny, handed over a piece of paper with only a few words written on it. The content on the paper was very simple, only a name and a description. Reinforcements. ROG. From a military point of view, this wasn't a qualified military report. But this didn't prevent Vigtigny from understanding the meaning. After seeing ROG's name written on it, the serious Vigtigny suddenly showed a puzzled look. ROG. How could it be him? Of course, Vigtigny wouldn't forget ROG. After all, this was a man who almost killed her and defeated her. However, at this time, she didn't understand why ROG, who had disappeared for several years, suddenly appeared in the boulder camp. He joined Asgard? This was the first thought that appeared in Vigtigny's mind. But in the next second, she ruled out this speculation. After the end of the last war, she specifically asked people to investigate ROG's background, and knew that he coincidentally joined Asgard's army. And if ROG really became a member of Asgard after the war, Warner Protoss's spies would have sent back the information early on. Seeing Vigtigny looking at the paper in her hand with a puzzled look, Weigelf, who was standing next to her, took the initiative to walk over and took the paper from Vigtigny's hand. When Weigelf took the paper from her hand, Vigtigny finally reacted. Then, she returned to her previous serious look and said without any emotion, "The 3 vanguard units in front have failed. Pass down the order." The army immediately returned to Asia. Vigtigny's order made the other generals in the tent show a puzzled look. Even if the 3 vanguard units failed, the main force of the army was still there. There was no need to retreat. "My lady, should we reconsider?" After a few seconds of silence, a general tried to probe. "Are you doubting my judgment?" Vigtigny glanced at the general, and said in a cold tone, "This subordinate doesn't dare." In a few seconds, the generals in the tent disappeared completely, and began to arrange for the return of the army to Asia. "Sister, if he really comes, what should we do?" Weigelf's right hand gushed out a light blue energy flame and burned the paper in her hand. "I don't know, I really don't know," Vigtigny replied with a bitter smile. A few hours ago, they had learned from their mother, Gulwig, that Odin's divine power had dissipated. Not long after they learned the news, ocean god Njord gave the order to attack Asgard's camp, and appointed the 2 of them as the main generals of the army. Although they didn't think that this was a good time to attack Asgard's camp, they couldn't disobey Njord's order, and could only lead the army to set off. Before attacking the camp, they had considered that Asgard would send reinforcements. However, they didn't expect that the reinforcements sent by Asgard would be ROG. Therefore, things suddenly became a little out of control. When Vigtigny ordered the army to withdraw to Asia, ROG took the clean Thor kunai from the shadow clone, and left the camp alone. Chapter 440. After knowing that ROG was going to attack the main forces of Warner Protoss, the commander of the Fang's camp wanted to lead the troops to go with him. But ROG rejected the proposal. Bringing them along with him would only slow him down. ROG didn't plan to stay in Warnerheim for too long. He had a bigger problem to deal with and didn't have that much time to waste. While waiting for the shadow clone in the Fang's camp, he used chakra to confirm the location of the Warner Protoss army. The Warner Protoss army that attacked the 3 level 1 camps was clearly just the vanguard. If he wanted to calm Warnerheim down again, getting rid of these 3 vanguard forces was far from enough. So he decided to take drastic measures and get rid of the Warner Protoss army, more than 60 kilometers away. Only in this way could he completely dispel the thoughts of Warner Protoss that they shouldn't have. The reason why he made this decision was also related to the 2 familiar life energy signals he sensed, Vigtigny and Weigelf. He was still thinking about who would lead the Warner Protoss army this time. He didn't expect it to be the Vigtigny sisters. After considering the strength of the 2 Vigtigny sisters, he decisively made the decision to charge into the enemy camp alone. At this time, the Warner Protoss army was making the final preparations to retreat. They planned to retreat to the main city of Asia City behind them. But they didn't expect that they were about to see a nightmare that they couldn't forget until now. In front of the gate of the temporary camp, a gorgeous light suddenly flashed. Then Rog, who was wearing a white haori, appeared. The Warner Protoss soldiers responsible for guarding the gate of the camp immediately noticed Rog's arrival. But before they could shoot the arrows in their hands, 100-meter-wide orange-red flame arrived in front of them like a tsunami. Fire release. Grand fire annihilation. Boom. The orange-red flame that covered the sky fiercely hit the gate of the camp and the wooden fence next to it. In an instant, the gate and the fence were swallowed up. The Warner Protoss soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly wrapped in the flame. They let out miserable screams and died with intense pain and unwillingness. Rog's grand fire annihilation shocked everyone in the camp. He used his own method to announce his arrival. After he announced his arrival in a domineering manner, dark thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky above the camp. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the thunderclouds. In the next moment, 2 huge bolts of lightning, several meters wide, struck the ground dozens of meters in front of Rog. After the lightning disappeared, the Victini sisters appeared in front of him, wearing light golden armor. "We're old friends, I won't waste words. Surrender or die." As soon as his voice fell, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword was summoned into his hand, and light blue lightning instantly wrapped around it. "Now you're even more domineering than Odin. If you want us to surrender, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Looking at the aggressive Rog, Victigni and her sister didn't hesitate, and directly pulled out their respective weapons. The sword in Vigdini's hand was the two-handed greatsword that she had once lost to Loge, the Wrath of the Hurricane. As for the rapier in Weigelfa's hand, he never knew the name of it. He never had the interest to know the name of the weapon of his defeated opponent. After Victigni and her sister pulled out their weapons, Rog didn't immediately attack. Instead, he summoned 4 wood clones. The shadow clones' ability to resist attacks was too weak. They would disappear after being hit by a lightning bolt. So when facing Victigni and her sister, the wood clones would be more useful. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've become a man who bullies others with numbers." After seeing Rog's 4 wood clones, Victigni said with a look of disdain. She had fantasized about fighting Loge again more than once, but she had never thought that Loge would use such a tactic to bully her with numbers. Bully others with numbers? No, you've misunderstood. These clones are not used to bully others with numbers, but to prevent you from escaping. After all, if tens of thousands of people escape, it's quite troublesome to catch them one by one. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the 4 wood clones beside him disappeared. Not good. He's planning to use a barrier. Before Victigni could react, Weigelf saw through Rog's plan. Weigelfa's amazing intuition had left a deep impression on Rog. However, he wasn't worried that Weigelf would see through his plan. As long as he was still standing here, Weigelf wouldn't dare to leave Victigni's side, let alone chase after his wood clones. It didn't take long for his 4 wood clones to come to the designated position and cast barrier ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. The 4 purple flame formation that was once performed at the headquarters of the Avengers was once again performed, and the rectangular purple barrier completely enveloped the entire camp. "You're all surrounded by me." When the 4 purple flame formation was formed, Rog also achieved a new achievement. One person surrounded an army of tens of thousands of people. This feeling is very cool. After achieving this achievement, Rog, holding the Kusanagi sword, attacked Victigni and Kagura. His figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Victigni like a flash. The Kusanagi sword in his hand directly slashed at Victigni's delicate face. However, just as he waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, Weigelfa's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword's attack in advance. At the same time, Victigni's hurricane's fury slashed at him with the power of thunder. Clang! Weigelfa's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword without any suspense, and the crisp sound of metal colliding suddenly sounded. In this regard, Rog didn't have any surprise. Lightning body flicker. With the power of thunder, the hurricane's fury directly crossed the lightning left by Rog's lightning body flicker. Boom. The power of thunder on the hurricane's fury slammed into the ground, leaving a several meters long sword mark on the ground. After dodging the attack of the hurricane's fury, Rog didn't immediately launch a second wave of attacks. Instead, he raised his left hand and slowly stroked the blade of the Kusanagi sword. After seeing Rog's slightly abnormal action, Weigelf, who had amazing intuition, frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Rog was planning something. However, she couldn't guess what Rog was planning. For her amazing intuition, this was something that had never happened before. No need to guess. Although your intuition is amazing, it can even be said to have the effect of foreseeing the future. But unfortunately, your intuition isn't really foreseeing the future, so don't waste your energy. Chapter 441. The first time he fought with Weigelf, Rog found that her intuition was unreasonably accurate. At that time, he purely thought that this was a gift that Vigor was born with, just like the owl that he had met before who was born with divine power. However, as his strength and knowledge continued to grow, he found that he was wrong. Weigelf's amazing intuition was definitely not an external manifestation of divine power. The reason was simple. If Weigelf's amazing intuition was really an external manifestation of divine power, then it meant that she would awaken divine power in the future. It was a divine power related to time, such as predicting the future. However, any power related to time required an extremely high level of power to control. For example, a universal treasure like the time gem. Even the father of gods, Odin, who was a powerful existence at the level of a divine father, could only barely predict the future and slightly touch upon the power of time. And Weigelf did not look like she could surpass Odin in the future. Therefore, Rog could conclude that Weigelf's amazing intuition had nothing to do with the power of time or foresight. After eliminating the ability to foresee the future and the power of time, the only options left were prediction and mind reading. Prediction, mind reading, lightning. After combining these elements, Rog thought of a guy who called himself God. Although this guy was a character from another world, it didn't stop Rog from using him as a sample for his speculations. They both mastered the power of lightning and could predict the opponent's next move. The more he thought, the more Rog felt that he had found the truth. Of course, all of this was just his speculation. In order to prove this speculation, he planned to do a small test on the spot. When Rog's left hand strangely swept across the back of the Kusanagi sword, Weigelf's uneasiness became more and more obvious. She knew what Rog was planning and that the source of danger was the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand, but she could not guess what Rog wanted to do with the Kusanagi sword. The only thing she could be sure of was that Rog would continue to attack with the Kusanagi sword. Without waiting for Weigelf to continue thinking, Rog launched another attack. This time, he did not choose Vigtigny as his target. Instead, he went straight for Weigelf. In the blink of an eye, he traversed tens of meters and arrived in front of Weigelf. He instinctively struck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang! 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 The Kusanagi sword in Roger's hand was like a storm as it rained down on Weigelf, but Weigelf blocked it one by one. But even so, Rog didn't stop attacking. Even when Vigtigny attacked him with her Wrath of the Hurricane, he only dodged slightly before attacking Weigelf again. It wasn't the first time that Weigelf and Vigtigny fought with Rog, but they had never seen Rog like this. At this time, Rog was like a ruthless sword-wielding machine, crazily waving his Kusanagi sword. Although Rog's attacks were as dense as a storm, he never hit Weigelf. No matter how subtle his moves were, no matter how tricky his attack angle was, Weigelf's rapier was always able to block his Kusanagi sword. In just 10 seconds, Rog waved his sword hundreds of times at Weigelf. And then nothing. When Vigtigny couldn't help but use a large-scale lightning attack to force Rog back and prevent him from continuing to attack Weigelf, Rog took the initiative to give up the attack and quickly retreated, once again increasing the distance between them. After putting enough distance between them, Rog didn't do anything. Instead, he started counting down silently. 2-1. At the moment when his countdown ended, Weigelf's rapier suddenly burst out a weak electric current, directly hitting Weigelf's right hand that was holding the rapier. It actually worked. For Weigelf, who has mastered the power of lightning, this sudden burst of electric current was nothing. It didn't even leave an obvious mark on her skin. But after being hit by this electric current, Weigelf's face showed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? When did he leave this electric current? Are you surprised to find that the intuition you are so proud of has failed? Unlike the shocked Weigelf, Rog was a bit calm at this time. When did you do it? Why didn't I notice it at all? Weigelf asked with a dignified face. It's normal that you didn't notice it, because I didn't know when this electric current was passed. Rog was telling the truth. He really didn't know when this electric current appeared on Weigelf's rapier. When his left hand swept the Kusanagi rapier, he wrapped the blade of the Kusanagi rapier with chakra. In this chakra, he deliberately left a thunder attribute chakra that will turn into electric current after 15 seconds. Every time the Kusanagi rapier collides with the rapier, a part of the chakra will be transmitted to the rapier. Whether the thunder attribute chakra will be transmitted to Weigelf's rapier, or when it will be transmitted, Rog himself didn't know. So before the 15 seconds were up, he took the initiative to end the attack, in order to see if the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted. It turned out that after he swung the rapier hundreds of times, the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted to the rapier. Whether the electric current could hurt Weigelf or not was not the main point. The main point was whether Weigelf could discover this move that even he himself didn't know if it worked or not. If Weigelf didn't discover it, then it meant that his guess was correct. Weigelf was the same as the guy who called himself God. She could only predict the enemy's conscious attack. As for how to defeat an enemy who could predict his own attack, the other guy who could freely stretch and rebound his body gave the answer with his own experience. Unconscious attack. As long as you don't know how you will attack, then of course, others can't predict it. This is the so-called king's prediction meets bronze's movement. Even if you are a peak king, you can't predict the bronze's movement. To a certain extent, this could be considered as a manifestation of the mutual promotion and suppression of all things in the world. Okay, the test is over, let's get to the point. Although Rog wasn't a bronze, this didn't stop him from imitating the bronze's movement. No, it can't be an imitation. Imitation is conscious, and the bronze's movement is a kind of unconscious behavior that even the user doesn't know the reason for. Chapter 442. It was extremely difficult for a bronze player to perform a king-level maneuver. Similarly, it was not easy for a king-level player to perform a bronze-level maneuver. Anyone who could reach the king level would not have any obvious shortcomings in terms of awareness, skills, experience, mentality, and other aspects. But bronze-level players were different. In terms of these basic skills, bronze-level players did not have any shortcomings, but all of them were shortcomings. Therefore, in order to perform a bronze-level maneuver, attack that Weigelf could not intuitively detect, Rog had to do something he had never done in a battle before. To put it nicely, it was called emptying the mind and giving control of the body to instinct, allowing the body to perform an attack that was completely out of the control of the mind. To put it bluntly, it was a dazed and absent-minded. Because the mind was already in a dazed and absent-minded state, the attack that the body would perform was something that even the person himself could not determine. When Rog completely emptied his mind, he fell into a philosophical state. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? At this moment, Rog seemed to have been possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. He began to think about the three ultimate philosophical questions in idealism that still had no answers. Of course, feeling that he was possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato was just Rog's own opinion. As a member of the Warner Protoss, Vigtigny and Weigelf certainly did not know who Plato was. Therefore, from their point of view, Rog seemed to have been struck by a powerful mental retardation spell. He had turned from an invincible warrior to a village idiot who only knew how to chase after chickens and dogs. What's wrong with him? Looking at Rog, whose aura had undergone a drastic change in an instant, Vigtigny asked Wild, who was beside her. I don't know, It looks like he was hit by a mental retardation spell. But with his strength, even if he was hit by a mental retardation spell, he shouldn't have become like this. Weigelf couldn't understand how Rog could suddenly become such a fool. The Victigny sisters were worried that Rog was plotting something, so they didn't take the initiative to attack at all. They carefully guarded against his attacks. They did not take the initiative to attack, and Rog, who had already considered the 3 ultimate philosophical questions, could not take the initiative to attack. Thus, a slightly strange confrontation was born. Time slowly passed. When the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp couldn't help but whisper to each other, Victigny and Weigelf finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, nearly 10 minutes had passed since Rog started thinking about philosophical questions. Victigny and Weigelf didn't know that Rog came alone, so they began to suspect that Rog was deliberately stalling for time to buy time for the troops behind. In the end, after looking at each other, Victigny and Weigelf made the decision to attack. Whether Rog really lost his mind or not, they didn't plan to continue the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Rog with lightning wrapped around their bodies. The weapons in their hands attacked Rog one after the other. However, just as Victigny's Hurricane Fury and Weigelf's Rapier were about to hit Rog's body, he suddenly moved like a fool. Lightning body blink. Rog, who was expressionless as if he was in a daze, suddenly disappeared. The Hurricane Fury and Rapier lost their target at the same time. When Rog's figure disappeared again, Victigny and Weigelf were even more convinced that he was stalling for time. Without any hesitation, Victigny and Weigelf retracted their weapons and began to sense Rog's whereabouts. But at this time, Rog flashed behind Victigny like a ghost. Clang! Rog's Kusanagi sword was blocked by the Hurricane Fury, and it was directly sent flying by the Hurricane Fury. At the moment when the Kusanagi sword was sent flying, Weigelf's Rapier once again appeared in front of Rog. In the past few years, Victigny and Weigelf have never slacked off, constantly honing their skills, in order to defeat Rog with their own hands one day. Stronger fighting techniques, more power of thunder, and more tacit joint attacks. Victigny and Weigelf's strength has indeed improved a lot, but in the past few years, it's not just the two of them who have improved significantly. Just when Weigelf's Rapier was about to pierce Rog's throat, a large amount of chakra suddenly erupted from Rog's body. At the same time, his body spun at high speed like a top. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. A light blue hemispherical chakra energy shield instantly formed, and Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying. The chakra energy shield appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Almost at the moment when Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying, the high-speed chakra energy shield disappeared. Lightning body blink. Soft fist, 8 trigrams palm. Rog, who was still in the center of the energy shield, instantly flashed behind Weigelf, who was flying backward, and wrapped his hands around the light blue chakra. Before Weigelf could react, his hands hit Weigelf like bullets from a Gatling gun. Muda 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 muda. It took less than 2 seconds for Rog to strike all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams on Weigelf's body. He injected his chakra into her body and sealed the thunder power in her body. Although Victigny wanted to rescue Weigelf, she was too slow. Even after Rog finished his 64 palms, she was still more than 10 meters away from Rog. Although 64 palms of the 8 trigrams palm was not steel fist, Weigelf, who was hit by Rog all over her body, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After sending Weigelf flying, Rog took out a flying Thor kunai and threw it at Victigny, who was rushing towards him. Clang! Although Rog's throwing technique was very good, his direct throwing attack was blocked by the wrath of the hurricane without any suspense. The flying Thor kunai that was sent flying by the wrath of the hurricane flew past Victigny's left shoulder. However, at this time, Rog's left hand held the flying Thor kunai that was sent flying. His right hand was holding a Super Jade Rasengan that was bigger than him. Flying Thor 2. Super Jade Rasengan. Boom. The Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's right hand hit Victigny like an intercontinental missile, and a terrible explosion sounded. Before Victigny could react, the Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's hand had hit her body. The huge explosion sound resounded through the entire camp, making the Warner Protoss soldiers who witnessed this scene could not help but feel nervous. From the moment Victigny and her sister attacked Rog until now, only a few seconds had passed. But in these few seconds, Rog used a set of not complicated ninjutsu and taijutsu combo to establish the victory in one fell swoop. Lightning Body Blink, 8 trigrams palm, Revolving Heaven. 8 trigrams palm 64 palms, Flying Thor 2, Super Jade Rasengan. Except for the Super Jade Rasengan, the other moves were not particularly powerful. But he used these small moves to defeat Victigny and her sister who had obviously improved their strength. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.